Ruthless America, inside the deadliest U.S. prison system. Full 5 hours crime documentary. This covers the Supermax, death row, gang control, solitary confinement, prison riots. Locked away, the birth of America's ruthless prison empire. At precisely 5:30 a.m., the sound comes first. Steel on steel. A door slams shut with a force so violent it vibrates through concrete, bone, and memory. In America's most dangerous prisons, this sound is not just noise. It is a warning. A declaration. A reminder that freedom is over. For more than 2 million people, this sound defines life. The United States holds more prisoners than any other nation on earth. More than China. More than Russia. More than any authoritarian regime ever accused of brutality. Yet behind razor wire and reinforced walls, the world's largest prison system operates largely out of sight, sealed off from public view, hidden behind legal language, bureaucracy, and fear. This documentary is not about justice. It is about survival. Over the next 5 hours, we will go inside the deadliest, most violent, and most feared prisons in the United States. We will examine the systems that created them, the gangs that control them, the inmates who endure them, and the guards who are changed forever by working inside them. This is Ruthless America. A nation that chose cages. America did not accidentally become the world's incarceration capital. It was built, law by law, sentence by sentence, cell by cell. In the early 1970s, U.S. prisons held fewer than 200,000 inmates. Today, that number has exploded beyond 2 million, with millions more under probation, parole, or correctional supervision. This expansion did not happen because crime suddenly spiraled out of control. It happened because America chose punishment over prevention, isolation over rehabilitation, and fear over reform. Mandatory minimums. 3 strikes laws. The war on drugs. Zero-tolerance policing. Each policy promised safety. Each delivered overcrowded prisons, racial disparity, and a system stretched beyond its limits. As prisons filled, conditions worsened. Violence increased. Gangs flourished. And control became the primary objective, not rehabilitation, not redemption. Control. From reform to ruin. America's first prisons were not designed to be brutal. In fact, they were sold as humane alternatives to public executions and corporal punishment. Solitary confinement was once viewed as a tool for reflection and moral reform. That idea did not survive reality. By the mid-1800s, prisoners held in isolation began to break mentally, hallucinating, screaming, mutilating themselves. Doctors warned the damage was permanent. Yet the system persisted. As the 20th century progressed, prisons became warehouses for society's unwanted. The poor, the addicted, the mentally ill, and the violent. Rehabilitation programs were defunded. Educational initiatives disappeared. Overcrowding became the norm. And violence followed. The rise of the Supermax. By the late 1980s, a new kind of prison emerged, one designed not for reform, but total control. The Supermax. These facilities were built to house the worst of the worst. Gang leaders, serial killers, domestic terrorists, and inmates deemed too dangerous for regular prisons. In reality, many inmates sent to Supermax were there not for violence, but for defiance. The crown jewel of this system stands in the Rocky Mountains of Colorado. ADX Florence. Officially named the United States Penitentiary Administrative Maximum Facility, ADX Florence is known by a simpler nickname. The Alcatraz of the Rockies. Here, inmates are held in near total isolation for 23 hours a day. Meals are passed through slots. Human contact is minimal. Windows are angled so prisoners cannot see the mountains outside, only sky. Some inmates will spend decades like this. Some will never leave. Solitary confinement, legal torture. The United Nations defines prolonged solitary confinement as torture. In the United States, it is policy. Across federal and state prisons, tens of thousands of inmates are held in solitary confinement on any given day. Some for weeks. Others for years. A few for decades. Cells measure roughly the size of a parking space. Lights remain on at all hours. Silence becomes overwhelming. Time loses meaning. Psychologists warn that the human brain is not designed for this level of deprivation. Inmates experience paranoia, memory loss, hallucinations, and suicidal ideation. Self-harm rates in solitary units are exponentially higher than in general population. Yet solitary confinement remains one of the most commonly used tools in America's most violent prisons. Not as rehabilitation. As punishment. When gangs replace the state. In many U.S. prisons, the real authority does not wear a uniform. It wears tattoos. As overcrowding worsened, prison gangs filled the power vacuum. What began as protection groups evolved into criminal empires operating both inside and outside prison walls. The Aryan Brotherhood. The Mexican Mafia. The Black Guerrilla Family. MS 13. The Texas Syndicate. These organizations control drug trafficking, extortion, assaults, and murder behind bars. Membership often becomes mandatory for survival. Refusal can mean death. In some facilities, guards know who runs the cell blocks, and quietly allow it. Because order, even criminal order, is better than chaos. San Quentin, death row's shadow. On the edge of San Francisco Bay stands one of America's most infamous prisons. San Quentin State Prison. San Quentin is synonymous with death row. For decades, it housed the largest death row population in the Western Hemisphere. Cells designed for one man held 2 or 3. Violence was constant. Executions were routine. Here, men waited decades to die. Some maintaining innocence until their final breath. The psychological weight of death row is unlike anything else in the prison system. Inmates describe it as living with a loaded gun pointed at your head every day. For guards, it is no easier. Rikers Island, chaos in the city. While Supermax prisons isolate, some facilities implode under overcrowding and neglect. Few places symbolize this failure more than Rikers Island. Located in the shadow of New York City's skyline, Rikers became infamous for violence, corruption, and human rights abuses. It is not a prison, it is a jail, holding mostly pretrial detainees who have not been convicted of any crime. Yet inside, conditions rival the harshest prisons in the country. Inmates control housing units. Guards are assaulted regularly. Mental illness is rampant. Deaths occur with alarming frequency. Rikers is a warning of what happens when a system collapses under its own weight. Angola, a plantation reborn. In the Deep South, the past never fully disappeared. Louisiana State Penitentiary, known simply as Angola, sits on 18,000 acres of former slave plantation land. It is the largest maximum security prison in the United States. The majority of inmates will die here. Angola has long been criticized for forced labor, extreme sentences, and a culture of violence that mirrors its brutal history. For decades, it was considered one of the bloodiest prisons in America. Reforms have come slowly, but scars remain. Why this documentary exists. This series is not an attack on law enforcement. It is not an apology for crime. It is an examination of what happens when punishment becomes policy, when isolation replaces rehabilitation, and when prisons become warehouses for human suffering. America's prison system reflects the nation's values, its fears, its prejudices, and its priorities. And behind every statistic is a human being. A victim. A guard. A family. A life altered forever. What comes next? In the chapters ahead, we will go deeper. Inside Supermax isolation units where silence breaks men. Inside gang-controlled yards where survival demands allegiance. Inside death row cells where time stands still. Inside riots where order collapses in minutes. Inside the minds of inmates who may never return to society. This is only the beginning. Because once the door closes, there is no escape. Buried alive, inside America's Supermax hell. The architecture of total control. There are prisons. And then there are Supermax prisons. Supermax facilities are not designed to house people. They are designed to neutralize threats. Every inch of concrete, every camera angle, every steel door exists for one purpose: absolute control. No rehabilitation. No community. No second chances. Only containment. The Supermax prison is America's final answer to fear, fear of violence, fear of gangs, fear of inmates who refuse to be broken. It is the most extreme expression of the U.S. prison system, and for many who enter, it becomes a psychological grave. At the center of this system stands the most infamous prison in the world. ADX Florence, the end of the line. ADX Florence. Built in the remote high desert of Colorado, ADX Florence was designed after a series of prison murders exposed a terrifying truth: the government had lost control of its most dangerous inmates. The solution was radical. ADX Florence would hold prisoners in near-total isolation, permanently removing them from the general prison population. The facility cost tens of millions of dollars to build, incorporating military-grade security, redundant locking systems, and round-the-clock surveillance. Officially, inmates spend 23 hours a day alone. Unofficially, some go days without seeing another human face. Cells are poured concrete. Beds are concrete slabs. Desks and stools are molded into the floor. Meals arrive through narrow slots. Recreation, when allowed, takes place alone in small outdoor cages known as dog runs. Even the windows are psychological weapons. They are positioned so prisoners cannot see the horizon, mountains, or road. Only a slice of sky. No sense of direction. No sense of escape. For many inmates, ADX Florence is not a prison sentence. It is a life sentence within a sentence. Who gets sent to Supermax? Contrary to popular belief, Supermax prisons do not house only serial killers and terrorists. Some inmates arrive because they assaulted staff. Others because they led prison gangs. Many because they were labeled management problems. In some cases, inmates are sent to Supermax for writing letters, refusing orders, or attempting to organize protests. Once inside, getting out is nearly impossible. Behavioral step-down programs exist on paper, but progress is slow, opaque, and often arbitrary. An inmate can spend years in isolation without a clear explanation of what they must do to leave. For some, Supermax becomes permanent, regardless of original sentence length. Solitary confinement, the mind under siege. The human brain evolved for connection. Supermax prisons are designed to destroy it. Psychologists who have studied prolonged solitary confinement describe a predictable pattern of deterioration. Anxiety and panic attacks. Severe depression. Memory loss. Hallucinations. Paranoia. Emotional numbness. Loss of impulse control. Inmates report hearing voices, seeing insects crawling on walls, and losing the ability to distinguish dreams from reality. Some begin to harm themselves, not to die, but to feel something. Others attempt suicide repeatedly. Despite this, solitary confinement remains legal in the United States, even for inmates with diagnosed mental illness. International observers have called it torture. American courts have largely upheld it. Pelican Bay, California's isolation factory. On the fog-covered northern coast of California sits another Supermax icon. Pelican Bay State Prison. Pelican Bay's security housing unit, known simply as the SHU, became one of the most controversial isolation units in the world. Inmates were held in windowless cells for years, sometimes decades, based not on violent behavior but on alleged gang affiliation. A drawing. A book. A tattoo. A confidential informant's accusation. Any of these could send a man to the SHU indefinitely. In response, inmates launched historic hunger strikes, some refusing food for over 60 days. International attention followed. Lawsuits were filed. Policies slowly changed. But the damage was already done. Former SHU inmates describe re-entering society unable to tolerate noise, crowds, or human touch. The prison let them out. Their minds remained locked inside. The surveillance state behind bars. Supermax prisons operate like intelligence agencies. Every movement is logged. Every conversation monitored. Every letter read. Cameras watch inmates 24 hours a day. Microphones record sounds. Guards communicate through control rooms resembling military command centers. There is no privacy. Even medical and legal interactions are often observed. This level of surveillance is justified as necessary for safety. But critics argue it creates an environment where abuse can thrive unseen, normalized by routine. When everything is monitored, nothing feels human. Guards in the machine. Supermax prisons do not only damage inmates. They change guards too. Correctional officers working in Supermax facilities experience elevated rates of PTSD, depression, and substance abuse. Constant hypervigilance takes its toll. The environment encourages emotional detachment, because empathy becomes a liability. Some guards report losing the ability to relate to people outside work. Others describe nightmares, paranoia, and anger that bleeds into family life. The system demands emotional armor. And it extracts a price. USP Marion. The lockdown that changed everything. Before ADX Florence, there was USP Marion. In 1983, 2 correctional officers were murdered by inmates on the same day at USP Marion. The response was unprecedented. The prison was placed on permanent lockdown. Inmates were confined to cells for 23 hours a day. No yard. No programs. No movement. This experiment became the blueprint for Supermax prisons nationwide. Control worked. At a cost few fully understood. The illusion of safety. Supermax prisons promise security. And in some ways, they deliver it. Violence inside these facilities is lower than in general population prisons. But the danger does not disappear. It is displaced. Inmates eventually leave Supermax, either to lower security prisons or directly to the streets. Many are released after years of isolation, with little preparation and severe psychological damage. Communities receive them. Families receive them. The consequences follow. A system without an exit. Once built, Supermax prisons become self-justifying. The more inmates they hold, the more they are seen as necessary. Budgets expand. Bureaucracies harden. Reform becomes risky. Politicians fear being blamed for releasing the worst of the worst. Administrators fear losing control. The public rarely sees what happens inside, and rarely asks. Silence protects the system. The question America refuses to ask. Supermax prisons force a question most societies avoid. What do we do with people we believe cannot change? America's answer has been isolation. Concrete. Steel. Silence. But as evidence mounts about the psychological damage caused by prolonged solitary confinement, critics argue that Supermax prisons do not neutralize violence, they manufacture it, quietly, over time. This chapter is not an argument. It is a warning. Because the line between safety and cruelty is thinner than concrete walls suggest. What comes next? In the next chapter, we move from isolation to chaos. From silence to noise. From control to collapse. We will go inside America's most violent general population prisons, where gangs rule cell blocks, racial lines decide survival, and the state struggles to maintain order. Where Supermax is the threat. And the yard is the battlefield. Blood on the yard. Gangs, race, and survival inside America's most violent prisons. Where the state loses control. If Supermax prisons are built on silence, then America's maximum security yards are built on noise. Shouting. Metal clanging. Boots on concrete. And the constant, unmistakable tension of violence waiting to happen. This is where the prison system truly reveals itself. In general population maximum security prisons, control is shared, uneasily, between the state and the inmates. Guards hold the keys, but inmates control the culture. And that culture is shaped by gangs, race, and a code of survival forged in blood. Here, a wrong look can get you stabbed. A missed signal can get you beaten. And neutrality can be a death sentence. The yard, a battlefield in plain sight. The prison yard looks deceptively ordinary. Concrete. Weights welded from scrap metal. Basketball hoops without nets. Circles of men standing, watching. But beneath the surface, the yard is a battlefield governed by invisible borders and rigid rules. Every step matters. Every association is observed. Who you walk with. Where you sit. Which table you use. Which phone you touch. In America's most violent prisons, inmates are sorted not by choice, but by race and gang affiliation. This is not optional. It is survival. Racial lines, the first rule of prison life. From the moment an inmate enters a high-security prison, one reality becomes clear: prison is segregated. Not officially, but absolutely. White inmates run with whites. Black inmates with blacks. Hispanic inmates with Hispanics. And within those racial categories, gangs operate with military discipline. This segregation is not imposed by guards. In fact, many wardens publicly deny it exists. But inside the walls, it is enforced ruthlessly by inmates themselves. An inmate who crosses racial lines without permission is seen as weak, reckless, or disrespectful. And disrespect is answered with violence. The rise of prison gangs. Prison gangs did not appear overnight. They evolved. In the overcrowded, under-supervised prisons of the 1950s and 1960s, inmates banded together for protection. Over time, these groups became structured organizations with leaders, rules, and long-term strategies. Some of the most powerful prison gangs in America include the Aryan Brotherhood, the Mexican Mafia, La-Im, the Black Guerrilla Family, the Texas Syndicate, Nuestra Familia. These gangs do not dissolve at the prison gate. They operate across facilities, states, and even international borders. Orders are passed through coded letters, whispered conversations, and corrupt intermediaries. Prison is not the end of criminal enterprise. For many gangs, it is headquarters. San Quentin. Violence beneath the bay. Few prisons embody this reality like San Quentin State Prison. Perched on the edge of San Francisco Bay, San Quentin is one of the oldest prisons in the United States, and one of the most violent. Its cramped design, outdated infrastructure, and dense population have fueled decades of bloodshed. In the yard, racial factions dominate space. Guards monitor from towers, but intervention is often delayed until violence is unavoidable. Former inmates describe a constant state of alertness, eyes scanning, muscles tense, mind calculating threats. Here, survival often means joining a gang whether you want to or not. Because alone, you are prey. Angola, power on a plantation. In Louisiana, the scale is different, but the rules are the same. Louisiana State Penitentiary, known as Angola, houses thousands of inmates on land once used for slave labor. The prison is so large it has its own zip code. For decades, Angola was considered one of the most violent prisons in America. Murders were common. Guards were understaffed. Inmates enforced order through fear. Although reforms have reduced violence, gangs still wield influence, especially in housing units where guards rely on inmate leaders to maintain stability. This unspoken arrangement is known as inmate governance. It keeps the peace. At a cost. The code, violence as currency. In violent prisons, respect is currency, and violence is how it's earned. An inmate who refuses to fight is marked. An inmate who backs down is targeted. An inmate who cooperates with staff is labeled a snitch. And snitches do not survive. New arrivals are often tested within days. A shove. An insult. A demand. How they respond determines their future. Fight back, even if you lose, and you may earn respect. Refuse, and you may never stop being hunted. Weapons behind bars. Despite layers of security, weapons are everywhere. Shanks made from sharpened metal. Toothbrushes melted into blades. Razor edges hidden in toothbrush handles. Some weapons are crude. Others are terrifyingly precise. In many prisons, inmates manufacture weapons faster than staff can confiscate them. Corruption, overcrowding, and understaffing make total control impossible. Violence becomes inevitable. Guards, caught in the middle. Correctional officers in violent prisons walk a dangerous line. They are outnumbered. They are underpaid. They are often unsupported. Many rely on informal truces with gang leaders to prevent chaos. This means turning a blind eye to certain activities in exchange for relative calm. Critics call this corruption. Guards call it survival. When riots erupt, it is often because these fragile arrangements collapse. When the yard explodes. Prison riots are not spontaneous. They build. Overcrowding. Racial tension. Gang disputes. Staff shortages. All it takes is a spark. When violence erupts, yards become war zones. Fires burn. Sirens scream. Inmates arm themselves. Guards retreat. Control is restored only after lockdowns, mass searches, and often, bloodshed. Riots leave scars that last for decades. Texas prisons, a different kind of order. In Texas, prisons operate under a reputation for strict discipline and heavy enforcement. Yet even here, gangs remain powerful. The Texas Syndicate, Mexican Mafia, and Aryan groups dominate yards. Violence is swift and often brutal. Texas prisons have fewer amenities, fewer programs, and harsher conditions than many other states. Order is maintained, but fear is constant. Mental illness in a violent world. For inmates with mental illness, violent prisons are hell. Symptoms are misunderstood as defiance. Breakdowns are punished as rule violations. Solitary confinement is used as discipline. This creates a cycle where illness worsens, behavior deteriorates, and punishment escalates. Many of the most violent incidents in U.S. prisons involve inmates who never received proper mental health care. The system was not built for them. Why violence persists? Violence in American prisons is not accidental. It is structural. Overcrowding forces proximity. Long sentences remove hope. Gang control fills power vacuums. Punitive policies reward aggression. Prisons do not exist in isolation from society. They reflect its inequalities, fears, and failures. And once violence becomes normalized, it becomes self-sustaining. Survival changes everything. Inmates who survive violent prisons are not the same people who entered. Trust erodes. Empathy dulls. Hypervigilance becomes permanent. Many carry prison logic into the outside world, where it no longer applies, but refuses to fade. The yard never really leaves them. What comes next? In the next chapter, we move deeper. Beyond the yard. Beyond gangs. Beyond daily violence. We will enter the most final space in the American prison system. Death row. Where time moves slowly. Hope becomes dangerous. And the state decides who lives and who dies. Waiting to die, inside America's death row. A sentence unlike any other. There is prison. There is life imprisonment. And then there is death row. Death row is not defined by bars or concrete. It is defined by anticipation, the constant, inescapable awareness that the state has scheduled your death. Some inmates wait months. Others wait decades. But every single one lives with the same truth. Time is no longer moving toward freedom. It is moving toward an execution chamber. The psychology of a countdown. Death row inmates exist in a psychological paradox. They are alive, but officially condemned. They are breathing, but legally dead. This produces a form of mental strain unmatched anywhere else in the prison system. Psychologists call it death row phenomenon, a combination of extreme isolation, prolonged uncertainty, and the looming threat of execution. Inmates describe waking every day expecting it might be their last. They memorize last meals they might never eat. They rehearse final statements in their minds. Some stop sleeping. Others stop feeling altogether. San Quentin, America's most famous death row. No place symbolizes death row more than San Quentin State Prison. For decades, San Quentin housed the largest death row population in the Western Hemisphere. Its death row was overcrowded, noisy, and psychologically brutal. Cells designed for one man held 2 or even 3 condemned inmates. Unlike the silence of Supermax prisons, San Quentin's death row was chaotic. Radios played day and night. Men screamed through vents. Arguments erupted constantly. Inmates lived inches from others who were also sentenced to die. There was no privacy. No peace. No escape. Executions were once carried out just steps away, in a gas chamber that later became a lethal injection facility. The knowledge was impossible to ignore. Death was not abstract. It was down the hall. Texas, the capital of execution. If California symbolizes death row's scale, Texas represents its finality. Texas has executed more prisoners than any other state in modern American history. Its death row facilities are stark, isolated, and rigidly controlled. Inmates are typically held in single cells. Movement is minimal. Silence is enforced. Executions are carried out with efficiency that critics describe as chilling. For many on Texas death row, appeals move quickly. The margin for error feels thin. And once a date is set, it rarely moves. The countdown becomes real. Louisiana, death row in the shadows. At Louisiana State Penitentiary, death row exists within a prison already notorious for violence and isolation. Here, condemned inmates historically lived under some of the harshest conditions in the country. For years, they were confined to their cells nearly 24 hours a day. Outdoor recreation was rare. Human contact was limited. The psychological toll was devastating. Although reforms have improved conditions slightly, Angola's death row remains a place where hope erodes slowly and relentlessly. Many inmates here were sentenced in eras when legal defense for the poor was minimal and racial bias was overt. Their cases still echo with controversy. The long wait. Contrary to popular belief, most death row inmates are not executed quickly. In the United States, the average time between sentencing and execution can exceed 15 to 20 years. This prolonged wait is not mercy. It is a different kind of punishment. Inmates live in limbo, unable to plan for life, yet unable to surrender to death. Appeals offer hope, but also prolong suffering. Each denied appeal feels like a small execution. Some inmates begin to wish for death simply to end the waiting. Others cling to hope long past reason. Isolation as policy. Death row inmates are typically held in conditions resembling solitary confinement. They eat alone. Exercise alone. Sleep alone. Contact with other inmates is limited or non-existent. Visits are restricted. Touch is forbidden. This isolation is justified as necessary for security. But critics argue it is unnecessary cruelty layered onto an already terminal sentence. The result is mental deterioration. Hallucinations. Depression. Paranoia. Self-harm. Some inmates become unrecognizable over time. The question of innocence. Perhaps the most haunting reality of death row is this. Not everyone there is guilty. Since the 1970s, hundreds of death row inmates in the United States have been exonerated, some just days before execution. DNA evidence, recanted testimony, prosecutorial misconduct, and flawed forensic science have all contributed to wrongful convictions. Every execution carries a question the system cannot fully answer. What if we are wrong? For those awaiting death, this question never leaves. Execution day. When an execution date is set, the atmosphere on death row changes. The condemned inmate is moved to a special holding cell closer to the execution chamber. Guards follow strict protocols. Medical staff prepare equipment. The inmate is allowed final visits. Final meals. Final phone calls. Some spend these hours speaking calmly with family. Others break down. Some refuse all contact. When the time comes, the inmate is escorted, often shackled, to the chamber. Witnesses watch through glass. And the state carries out its sentence. The aftermath. Executions do not end with death. Guards carry the memory. Wardens issue statements. Families grieve, on both sides. Some officers leave the profession after participating in executions. Others compartmentalize, burying the experience deep. For the prison, routine resumes. Another name is removed from the list. Another cell waits to be filled. Life after death row. Not all death row inmates die there. Some have their sentences overturned. Some receive commutations. Some are sentenced to life imprisonment. But freedom does not automatically follow. Many spend years transitioning out of isolation, struggling with social interaction, decision-making, and emotional regulation. The death row experience leaves permanent scars. A nation divided. The death penalty remains one of the most divisive issues in American justice. Supporters argue it delivers justice and closure. Opponents argue it is irreversible, biased, and cruel. What cannot be debated is its impact on those who live under it. Death row is not a moment. It is a condition. Why death row matters. Death row forces society to confront uncomfortable truths. About power. About punishment. About error. About humanity. It asks whether justice can coexist with certainty in an imperfect system. And whether a nation built on liberty can justify killing in its name. What comes next? In the next chapter, we shift focus again. From those sentenced to die to those who are never meant to leave. We will explore life without parole, America's other permanent sentence. A punishment that offers no execution date. Only endless time. No exit, life without parole, dying slowly behind bars. A sentence that never ends. There is a punishment in the American prison system that rivals death row in severity, yet receives far less attention. It does not come with an execution date. It does not make headlines. It does not end. Life without parole. Known simply as LWOP, this sentence condemns a human being to die in prison, slowly, invisibly, and almost always forgotten. For more than 50,000 inmates in the United States, parole is not delayed. It is forbidden. The meaning of never. Life without parole is exactly what it sounds like. No release hearings. No chance for review. No reward for rehabilitation. No matter how long you live, how much you change, or how much remorse you feel, the door will never open. For many inmates, this realization does not fully register at sentencing. Lawyers speak. Judges speak. Families cry. But never does not land immediately. It lands later. In the cell. At night. When time stretches endlessly forward. That is when the sentence becomes real. Why America uses life without parole. The United States is one of the few countries in the world that regularly sentences people to life without parole. Supporters argue it protects society from the most dangerous offenders. They say some crimes are too severe for mercy. Critics argue LWOP is a living death sentence, imposed disproportionately on the poor, minorities, and those convicted during periods of moral panic. What cannot be denied is this. America uses LWOP more than almost any other nation on earth. Angola, where lifers go to die. Few places embody life without parole more than Louisiana State Penitentiary. At Angola, the average inmate sentence exceeds 80 years. The majority will die behind bars. For decades, parole was so rare that inmates joked the only way out was in a pine box. Many lifers arrive in their 20s. They grow old here. They age here. They get sick here. They die here. Angola is not just a prison. It is a terminal destination. Time as punishment. In death row, time is a countdown. In LWOP, time is a weapon. Days blur together. Years lose meaning. Milestones disappear. Inmates watch seasons change through bars. They count holidays by the menu. They measure life in lockdowns and cell transfers. Birthdays stop being celebrated. Hope becomes dangerous. Because hope has nowhere to go. The psychological toll of forever. Psychologists describe LWOP as one of the most psychologically damaging sentences imaginable. Not because of violence. Not because of isolation. But because of futility. Humans survive hardship by believing it will end. LWOP removes that belief. Studies show LWOP inmates experience elevated rates of depression, anxiety, emotional numbness, and suicidal ideation, especially during the first decade of incarceration. Some adapt. Others quietly collapse. San Quentin's lifers. At San Quentin State Prison, lifers make up a significant portion of the population. They are the long-term residents, the institutional memory of the prison. Some become mentors. Some become educators. Some become leaders in prison programs. Others withdraw completely. What unites them is permanence. They are not passing through. This is home. When rehabilitation becomes meaningless. Prison systems often speak of rehabilitation. But for LWOP inmates, rehabilitation is symbolic at best. No parole board will ever review their progress. No judge will reconsider their sentence. Education programs, therapy, and vocational training still exist, but without the promise of release, motivation becomes complex. Some inmates improve themselves for personal reasons. Others see no point. Why change for a world you will never rejoin? Aging behind bars. Life without parole creates a population prisons were never designed to handle, the elderly. LWOP inmates age faster due to stress, poor healthcare, and years of confinement. Chronic illness is common. Mobility declines. Dementia appears. Prisons become nursing homes with bars. Guards push wheelchairs. Inmates help inmates shower. Hospice units operate inside maximum security facilities. This reality is rarely shown. But it defines modern American prisons. Violence and the nothing to lose problem. LWOP inmates are often described as having nothing to lose. This can make them dangerous. Without the possibility of release, disciplinary threats lose power. Some LWOP inmates become enforcers for gangs, knowing additional years mean nothing. Others become targets, seen as disposable. Prison administrators quietly acknowledge that LWOP sentences complicate safety. A man who will never leave is harder to control. Juvenile life without parole. For decades, the United States sentenced children to life without parole. Teenagers. 14-year-olds. Children whose brains were not fully developed. Supreme Court rulings have limited, but not eliminated, this practice. Thousands remain serving de facto LWOP sentences for crimes committed as minors. Their childhood ended in a courtroom. Their adulthood began in a cell. The question of change. One of the deepest debates surrounding LWOP is this. Can people change? Neuroscience says yes. Psychology says yes. Human history says yes. LWOP says it does not matter. The sentence assumes permanent danger, freezing a person in the worst moment of their life and defining them by it forever. For some victims' families, this offers closure. For others, it offers only more suffering. The invisible sentence. Death row draws protests. Executions draw cameras. LWOP draws silence. No witnesses. No final moments. No end. LWOP inmates disappear into the system, aging quietly until death. Their stories are rarely told. Their names fade. They are punished not just with confinement, but with erasure. Why LWOP persists? Politically, LWOP is convenient. It appears tough on crime without the controversy of execution. It satisfies calls for justice without requiring ongoing review. But convenience is not the same as morality. As prison populations age and costs soar, some states quietly reconsider LWOP policies. Others double down. Change is slow. Time, for LWOP inmates, is infinite. What comes next? In the next chapter, we move from sentences to systems. We will examine mental illness in American prisons. How jails and prisons became the nation's largest psychiatric institutions, and what happens when punishment replaces treatment. Because for many inmates, prison was never the problem. It was the destination after society failed them. Locked minds, mental illness inside America's prison system. America's largest mental institutions. The United States does not house its mentally ill primarily in hospitals. It houses them in prisons. Today, jails and prisons collectively hold far more people with serious mental illness than psychiatric hospitals ever did. Facilities like Rikers Island, Los Angeles County Jail, and Cook County Jail function as de facto mental health institutions, despite being fundamentally unprepared for the role. This is not by design. It is by collapse. When state-run psychiatric hospitals were closed en masse in the late 20th century, community-based care never materialized at the scale promised. The mentally ill did not disappear. They were arrested. From treatment to punishment. In theory, prisons exist to punish crime. In practice, they punish illness. Schizophrenia. Bipolar disorder. Severe depression. PTSD. Traumatic brain injuries. These conditions shape behavior, sometimes explosively. In public spaces, that behavior attracts police attention. In courtrooms, it is reframed as criminal intent. Once incarcerated, symptoms worsen. Prisons are loud, unpredictable, hostile environments, everything mental illness cannot tolerate. What begins as untreated illness becomes institutionalized suffering. The intake shock. For mentally ill inmates, the first days of incarceration are often the most dangerous. Withdrawal from medication. Sensory overload. Fear and confusion. Intake screenings are brief and inconsistent. Many inmates are misdiagnosed, or not diagnosed at all. Others lie, fearing isolation or stigma. Within days, mental health crises emerge. Self-harm. Psychotic breaks. Violent outbursts. The system responds not with care, but with control. Solitary confinement as treatment. When mentally ill inmates act out, they are often placed in segregation. Also known as solitary confinement. Administrative segregation. Restrictive housing. For a healthy mind, solitary confinement is damaging. For a mentally ill mind, it is catastrophic. Isolation amplifies hallucinations. Silence feeds paranoia. Lack of stimulation accelerates cognitive decline. Yet across the United States, thousands of mentally ill inmates are locked alone in concrete cells for 23 hours a day. Not because it helps. Because it is convenient. Supermax meets mental illness. Facilities like ADX Florence were never designed to treat mental illness. Yet they house inmates with severe psychiatric conditions. In these environments, symptoms are interpreted as defiance. Refusal to follow orders becomes insubordination. Psychotic episodes become threats. Self-harm becomes manipulation. Each incident leads to more restrictions. More isolation. More damage. Rikers Island, a crisis in plain sight. No facility better illustrates this failure than Rikers Island. For years, Rikers has been plagued by suicides, abuse, and neglect, much of it involving mentally ill detainees who had not been convicted of any crime. Cells meant for short-term detention became long-term psychiatric holding units. Guards were tasked with roles they were never trained for. Inmates cycled between crisis and punishment. Investigations revealed inmates left naked in cells, denied medication, or beaten during restraint. Rikers became a symbol, not of crime, but of abandonment. Suicide behind bars. Suicide is one of the leading causes of death in U.S. jails and prisons. The risk is highest among newly incarcerated inmates. Those in solitary confinement. Those with untreated mental illness. Suicide watch cells exist, but they are often bleak, bare rooms where inmates are stripped of clothing and possessions. Protection becomes punishment. Some inmates attempt suicide repeatedly, not always to die, but to escape unbearable conditions. Guards as first responders. Correctional officers are not therapists. Yet they are often the first, and only, line of response to mental health crises. Most receive minimal training in de-escalation or psychiatric care. They are taught compliance, not treatment. When an inmate screams, refuses orders, or behaves erratically, guards must decide quickly, intervention or force. Too often, force wins. This dynamic places guards in impossible positions, and leaves inmates vulnerable. The criminalization of breakdown. In prison, mental illness becomes disciplinary history. Inmates accumulate infractions for behavior they cannot control. Each infraction reduces privileges, extends isolation, and delays any hope of improvement. A breakdown becomes a rule violation. A cry for help becomes a charge. The system records misconduct, but rarely context. Women and mental illness. Female inmates experience mental illness at higher rates than men. Many arrive with histories of trauma, abuse, addiction, and exploitation. Prison exacerbates these wounds. Self-harm is particularly prevalent among incarcerated women. Facilities respond with segregation rather than support. For many women, prison becomes a revolving door between illness and incarceration. Medication, control through chemistry. Psychiatric medication is common in prisons, but not always therapeutic. Some inmates are over-medicated to manage behavior. Others are denied medication due to cost, staffing shortages, or policy. Abrupt changes in dosage can trigger crises. Medication becomes another tool of control, rather than care. Release without recovery. When mentally ill inmates are released, they often leave prison no healthier than when they entered. Some are worse. Without continuity of care, medication lapses. Housing is unstable. Support systems are weak or non-existent. Many are rearrested within months. Prison becomes the default mental health provider, again. Why the system endures. This crisis persists because it is politically invisible. Mentally ill inmates have little voice. Their suffering occurs behind walls. Their deaths rarely make headlines. Treatment is expensive. Punishment is cheap. And so the cycle continues. A moral reckoning. The presence of widespread mental illness in American prisons forces a question that cannot be ignored. Are we punishing crime? Or punishing illness? The answer, increasingly, is both. And the cost is measured not just in dollars, but in lives diminished, minds fractured, and humanity eroded. What comes next? In the next chapter, we follow the money. We will examine corruption, abuse, and power behind prison walls, from contraband economies to guard misconduct and institutional silence. Because where suffering exists, profit and power often follow. Corruption behind bars, power, profit, and abuse in America's prisons. The other economy. Prisons are designed to eliminate freedom. They do not eliminate money. Behind concrete walls and razor wire exists a hidden economy, one that thrives on scarcity, desperation, and power. Where the state fails to provide safety, stability, or dignity, underground systems emerge to fill the void. This economy is not run solely by inmates. It cannot exist without cooperation from the outside. And at the center of it all is a truth few want to confront. American prisons are vulnerable to corruption, by design. Why corruption thrives in prison? Corruption in prison is not an anomaly. It is structural. Understaffing. Low pay. High stress. Constant exposure to violence. Correctional officers are given enormous power over inmates' lives, movement, food, discipline, safety, often with minimal oversight. Inmates, meanwhile, possess one thing officers do not: time. Time to observe. Time to test boundaries. Time to exploit weaknesses. Where power meets pressure, corruption grows. Contraband, the lifeblood of the prison economy. Contraband is currency. Cell phones. Drugs. Weapons. Tobacco. Prescription medication. In prison, everyday items become luxury goods. A single cell phone can sell for thousands of dollars. A strip of medication can spark violence. A weapon can decide who lives and who dies. Despite metal detectors, searches, and surveillance, contraband flows steadily into U.S. prisons. How? Not primarily through visitors. Through staff. The gatekeepers. Correctional officers control access. They walk in and out every day. They bypass searches. They carry keys and credentials. For inmates with money, or outside connections, this creates opportunity. A guard with financial problems. A guard dealing with addiction. A guard emotionally manipulated over time. It rarely starts with violence. It starts with a favor. The slow slide. Most corrupt relationships follow the same pattern. First, conversation. Then sympathy. Then a small request. Bring me cigarettes. Pass a note. Look the other way. Each step feels manageable. Until it isn't. Once a guard crosses a line, inmates gain leverage. Threats follow. Exposure looms. What began as cooperation becomes coercion. Some guards become trapped. Others embrace the role. Rikers Island, a case study in collapse. No facility illustrates this dynamic more clearly than Rikers Island. For decades, Rikers has been plagued by corruption scandals involving guards smuggling contraband, assaulting inmates, and collaborating with gangs. Investigations revealed a culture where misconduct was normalized, and accountability was rare. In some housing units, inmates openly carried weapons. In others, gangs controlled movement and discipline. Guards, overwhelmed and understaffed, sometimes chose survival over enforcement. The result was chaos masquerading as order. Sexual abuse and power. Corruption is not only financial. It is personal. Sexual abuse by correctional staff is one of the most underreported crimes in the prison system. Inmates, especially women and juveniles, are uniquely vulnerable. Consent is legally impossible in custody. Yet abuse persists. Guards use threats, favors, or protection to exploit inmates. Victims fear retaliation. Reporting often leads to punishment, not justice. The walls protect the abuser. Silence protects the institution. Federal prisons and high-level corruption. Corruption is not limited to local jails. Federal facilities have faced repeated scandals involving bribery, contraband rings, and staff misconduct, including at high-security prisons. Even facilities designed for control, like ADX Florence, rely on human systems vulnerable to manipulation. No amount of concrete can eliminate human weakness. Private prisons, profit meets punishment. Where profit enters incarceration, corruption finds new oxygen. Private prisons are paid per inmate. Cost-cutting becomes policy. Staffing levels drop. Training suffers. This creates fertile ground for abuse and contraband trafficking. Critics argue private prisons incentivize incarceration over rehabilitation, and silence over transparency. When profit depends on bodies, accountability becomes inconvenient. The blue wall behind bars. Correctional officers operate under a code similar to police culture. Do not report fellow officers. Do not question authority. Do not speak to outsiders. Whistleblowers face retaliation, isolation, and career destruction. Many stay silent to survive. This blue wall allows corruption to persist even when it is widely known. Everyone knows. No one talks. Inmate informants and the illusion of control. Prison administrations often rely on inmate informants to identify threats, gangs, and contraband. This strategy creates its own corruption. Informants receive protection, privileges, or reduced punishment. False accusations increase. Violence follows. The system trades short-term intelligence for long-term instability. Trust erodes completely. Money from the outside. Contraband economies extend beyond prison walls. Families send money. Gangs coordinate deliveries. Corrupt intermediaries move payments. Prison becomes a node in a larger criminal network. In some cases, crimes are planned and directed from inside maximum security facilities, using smuggled phones and corrupt contacts. Incarceration does not always disrupt crime. Sometimes, it reorganizes it. Why oversight fails? Oversight mechanisms exist. Internal affairs. Inspectors general. Civilian review boards. But prisons are closed systems. Evidence is controlled. Witnesses are incarcerated. Retaliation is easy. Investigations move slowly. Abuse moves fast. The cost to safety. Corruption does not make prisons safer. It makes them unpredictable. Contraband increases violence. Favoritism breeds resentment. Abuse sparks retaliation. When authority loses legitimacy, force becomes the only language left. And force always escalates. The human toll. For inmates, corruption means injustice layered onto punishment. For guards, it means moral injury and danger. For society, it means prisons that release people more damaged, more violent, and more distrustful than when they entered. Corruption rots institutions from the inside. And prisons are no exception. Why this chapter matters. Prisons do not operate in isolation. They reflect the values and failures of the society that builds them. When abuse is ignored, it spreads. When corruption is tolerated, it multiplies. When silence is enforced, accountability dies. This is not about a few bad actors. It is about systems that allow them to thrive. What comes next? In the next chapter, we turn to a force that shapes every prison, every yard, and every sentence. Race. We will explore racial disparities, segregation, and how America's history follows inmates behind bars, shaping power, punishment, and survival. Because prison does not erase race. It amplifies it. Divided by design, race, power, and punishment in America's prisons. The line that never disappears. The moment an inmate steps onto a prison yard, one reality becomes unavoidable. Race matters. It matters where you stand. It matters who you speak to. It matters who will protect you, and who may kill you. American prisons are not officially segregated. There are no signs. No written rules. And yet, segregation governs nearly every aspect of prison life. It is enforced not by policy, but by fear. A system that mirrors society. Prisons do not exist outside history. They absorb it. From the earliest days of incarceration in the United States, race has shaped who is punished, how harshly, and for how long. Enslavement gave way to convict leasing. Jim Crow gave way to mass incarceration. The language changed. The outcomes did not. Today, Black and Latino Americans are incarcerated at rates wildly disproportionate to their share of the population. Entire communities are funneled into the system through policing strategies, sentencing laws, and economic neglect. Prison becomes the final destination of inequality. The unwritten rules of the yard. Inside maximum security prisons, race functions as survival logic. Inmates are expected to run with their own. White inmates cluster together. Black inmates form their own groups. Latino inmates separate by region, nationality, or gang affiliation. This is not ideological. It is practical. Gangs enforce racial boundaries violently. Crossing them without permission can result in assault or death. Even sitting at the wrong table can trigger retaliation. New inmates learn quickly. Choose a side, or be chosen. How segregation became normalized. Many prison administrators publicly deny racial segregation exists. Privately, they acknowledge it. Some even rely on it. Segregation reduces unpredictability. It simplifies intelligence gathering. It allows staff to anticipate conflicts based on racial tensions rather than individual behavior. This unspoken acceptance transforms segregation from a survival tactic into a permanent structure. Racial division becomes institutional muscle memory. Attica, the moment America looked inside. In 1971, the illusion shattered. At Attica Correctional Facility, inmates, most of them Black and Latino, rose up after years of abuse, overcrowding, and racial discrimination. They demanded basic human rights, medical care, fair treatment, and end to brutality. The response was catastrophic. State troopers stormed the prison. Gunfire echoed. Dozens died, most of them inmates. Attica exposed what prisons tried to hide: racial injustice enforced by violence. The lessons were noted. The structures remained. San Quentin, race on the concrete. At San Quentin State Prison, race defines movement. Housing assignments, yard access, and even exercise times are often organized around racial lines, not by official policy, but by necessity. Administrators intervene only when violence forces their hand. Inmates describe the yard as a chessboard. Every move is calculated. Every alliance matters. The wrong association can cost a life. Gangs as racial governments. Prison gangs are not just criminal organizations. They are racial governments. They enforce rules, resolve disputes, and administer punishment within racial groups. Loyalty is demanded. Disobedience is punished. For many inmates, gang affiliation is not optional, it is protection against violence from other groups. Leaving a gang is often impossible. Prison does not allow neutrality. Latino inmates and internal divisions. Latino inmates face unique pressures. They are often divided not only by race, but by nationality, region, and gang identity. Mexican nationals, Mexican Americans, Central Americans, each may belong to different factions. These internal divisions can be as violent as interracial conflict. Identity becomes fragmented. Survival requires constant negotiation. White inmates and the myth of power. White inmates are often portrayed as dominant in prison hierarchies. The reality is more complex. While white supremacist gangs wield influence, white inmates are frequently outnumbered, especially in state prisons. Protection comes at a cost: ideology, obedience, and violence. Refusal to align can be fatal. Prison radicalizes identity. Not always by belief, but by necessity. Angola, race and labor. At Louisiana State Penitentiary, race is inseparable from history. Built on a former slave plantation, Angola long relied on inmate labor, much of it performed by black prisoners. Armed guards on horseback watched work crews in fields. Though reforms have softened the imagery, the echoes remain. Critics argue Angola represents the clearest line from slavery to incarceration, a system where race and punishment intertwine visibly. Sentencing and racial disparities. Race shapes prison long before incarceration begins. Studies consistently show that Black and Latino defendants receive longer sentences than white defendants for similar crimes. Drug laws disproportionately targeted communities of color. Mandatory minimums removed judicial discretion. The result is racial imbalance locked into the system. Prison simply makes it visible. Staff and implicit bias. Correctional staff are not immune to societal bias. Implicit bias affects discipline, use of force, and credibility. Inmates of color report harsher punishments for the same infractions. Complaints are often dismissed. Trust erodes. When authority is seen as biased, legitimacy collapses, and violence fills the gap. Race and solitary confinement. Solitary confinement disproportionately affects inmates of color. Behavior interpreted as defiance or aggression is more likely to result in isolation. Gang affiliation, often racially coded, leads to extended segregation. Isolation becomes both punishment and control mechanism. The racial impact is undeniable. Sing Sing, history repeating. At Sing Sing Correctional Facility, history lingers. Once a symbol of reform, Sing Sing became another site where racial disparities in discipline and sentencing played out. Its population reflected broader trends, people of color serving longer sentences under harsher conditions. Reform rhetoric faded. Routine endured. When race becomes destiny. Inside prison, race shapes outcomes. Who gets protection? Who gets targeted? Who survives? Outside prison, race shapes entry. Who gets stopped? Who gets charged? Who gets sentenced? The system forms a closed loop. And prisons sit at its center. Attempts at change. Some facilities have experimented with integration initiatives, dialogue programs, and conflict mediation. Results are mixed. Without systemic change, sentencing reform, investment in communities, accountability inside prisons, racial division reasserts itself. Prison is a pressure cooker. It amplifies every fault line. Why this chapter matters. Race is not a side issue in American prisons. It is the organizing principle. Ignoring it does not make it disappear. It makes it lethal. Understanding prison without understanding race is impossible. And understanding race without understanding history is dishonest. What comes next? In the next chapter, we turn to those tasked with enforcing order inside this divided world. Correctional officers. We will examine their training, trauma, authority, and moral injury. Because prisons do not only break inmates. They break the people paid to guard them. The guards, power, fear, and trauma behind the badge. The thin line between order and chaos. Every prison runs on a fragile agreement. Steel doors. Rules and procedures. And the men and women tasked with enforcing them. Correctional officers are the backbone of America's prison system. They unlock the doors, conduct the counts, break up fights, escort inmates to court, respond to riots, and, when everything goes wrong, stand between chaos and control. They are also among the most misunderstood figures in the criminal justice system. To inmates, they are the face of authority. To administrators, they are a resource. To the public, they are mostly invisible. But inside the walls, correctional officers operate in a world defined by fear, power, and constant risk. Who becomes a correctional officer? Most people do not grow up dreaming of becoming a prison guard. For many, the job is a means to stability, steady pay, benefits, and a pension. In rural areas, prisons are often one of the few reliable employers. Some officers come from military or law enforcement backgrounds. Others arrive with no prior experience in high-risk environments. What unites them is this. From their first day, they enter a world where mistakes can be fatal. Training for a dangerous job. Training standards for correctional officers vary widely across states and facilities. Some receive weeks of instruction. Others receive months. Most training focuses on procedure, count protocols, use of force guidelines, emergency response, inmate movement. Less time is spent on psychology, trauma, or de-escalation, despite these being daily realities of the job. New officers quickly learn that what works on paper often collapses in practice. The first lesson: never get comfortable. Inside maximum security prisons, complacency is dangerous. Veteran officers drill one rule into rookies: never relax. Inmates observe everything. Patterns are noted. Weaknesses are catalogued. A guard who cuts corners becomes predictable. Predictability invites exploitation. Officers learn to control posture, tone, and emotion. Smiling too much can be interpreted as weakness. Showing fear can invite challenge. Authority is not just enforced. It is performed. Power in a closed world. Correctional officers wield enormous power. They control movement. They control access to phones, showers, recreation. They write disciplinary reports that can add years to a sentence. In a closed environment, small decisions carry enormous weight. A denied request can spark violence. A perceived insult can escalate into assault. Power must be exercised carefully, or it backfires. The constant threat of violence. Violence is not hypothetical. It is expected. Officers are assaulted with fists, improvised weapons, boiling liquids, and bodily fluids. Some attacks are spontaneous. Others are planned weeks in advance. In high-security facilities, officers often work outnumbered, sometimes overseeing dozens of inmates alone. Backup can be minutes away. Those minutes matter. Working the yard. The prison yard is one of the most dangerous assignments. Hundreds of inmates. Open space. Limited barriers. Officers monitor racial groupings, body language, and movement patterns. A sudden shift, a group standing too fast, a glance held too long, can signal impending violence. When fights erupt, officers must decide instantly. Intervene now. Or wait for backup. Intervening too early risks being overwhelmed. Waiting too long allows injuries, or deaths. There are no perfect decisions. Riot response, when control breaks. Riots represent the ultimate failure of prison order. When alarms sound, officers don riot gear and form extraction teams. They face fires, barricades, weapons, and inmates with nothing to lose. Training takes over. Fear is compartmentalized. But no amount of preparation eliminates danger. Some officers never return to work after their first riot. Others carry the memory forever. Psychological armor. To survive emotionally, many officers build walls. They avoid empathy. They limit conversation. They distance themselves from inmates as people. This detachment is protective, but costly. Over time, it can erode compassion not only inside prison, but outside it. Families notice the change. The trauma no one talks about. Correctional officers experience high rates of PTSD, depression, anxiety, and substance abuse. They witness suicides. They see self-harm. They break up stabbings. They respond to overdoses. And then they go home. Unlike police or firefighters, correctional officers rarely receive public recognition or support. Their trauma remains largely invisible. Many suffer in silence. The impact on families. The job does not end at the gate. Officers carry stress home. Hypervigilance becomes habitual. Crowds feel threatening. Sleep is disrupted. Marriages strain. Relationships fracture. Children learn not to startle their parent. The uniform comes off. The mindset does not. Corruption and moral injury. As explored in the previous chapter, some officers cross ethical lines. But even those who don't face moral injury, being forced to act against personal values in order to survive or keep order. Turning a blind eye. Enforcing policies they believe are harmful. Participating in isolation or force they privately question. This internal conflict corrodes identity. Facilities under pressure. High-profile prisons intensify these dynamics. At Rikers Island, officers work amid chronic understaffing, extreme violence, and public scrutiny. Many report feeling abandoned by leadership. At San Quentin State Prison, officers manage aging infrastructure, overcrowding, and high-risk populations, including death row and lifers. At ADX Florence, officers operate in an environment of intense isolation, where a single mistake can have national consequences. Different prisons. Same pressure. The us versus them mentality. Over time, many officers adopt a defensive worldview. Inmates become them. Staff become us. This mentality simplifies decisions, but deepens division. It also makes reform harder. Empathy is seen as weakness. Change is seen as risk. The system reinforces itself. Female correctional officers. Female officers face unique challenges. They are often tested more aggressively by inmates. Harassment is common. Physical danger is real. At the same time, some female officers excel at de-escalation, communication, and intelligence gathering, skills undervalued in traditional training. Their presence challenges stereotypes, but does not eliminate risk. Accountability and oversight. When officers abuse power, accountability is inconsistent. Investigations are slow. Evidence is limited. Whistleblowers face retaliation. Most officers do their jobs professionally. But the system struggles to address the minority who cause harm, damaging trust for everyone. Why officers matter to reform. Any serious prison reform must include correctional officers. Ignoring their trauma, workload, and safety concerns guarantees failure. Burned-out officers cannot create humane environments. Unsupported staff default to force. Change requires investment, not just in facilities, but in people. The human cost of control. Correctional officers are not villains. They are not heroes. They are human beings operating in one of the most stressful environments society has created. They enforce a system that demands emotional numbness, then punishes them for it. What comes next? In the next chapter, we turn to moments when everything breaks. Prison riots. We will examine how they start, how they spread, and what they reveal about life behind bars, because riots are not random explosions. They are messages. Written in fire and blood. When prisons explode, riots, lockdowns, and total collapse. The moment order dies. Prisons are designed to look permanent. Concrete walls. Steel bars. Gun towers and razor wire. They project control. But history shows that control inside prisons is fragile. When pressure builds beyond containment, when fear outweighs authority, when hope disappears entirely, prisons explode. Riots are not accidents. They are not spontaneous madness. They are system failures, expressed in violence. What a prison riot really is. A prison riot is not chaos without cause. It is collective action. Sometimes it begins with a rumor. Sometimes with a beating. Sometimes with a death no one believes was an accident. Riots form when inmates conclude that the system no longer responds to rules, grievances, or fear. At that point, violence becomes communication. A riot says, "You are no longer in control." The pressure cooker. Every prison riot begins long before the first punch is thrown. Overcrowding pushes bodies together. Understaffing reduces supervision. Poor food breeds resentment. Medical neglect fuels rage. Racial tension simmers. Administrators often see warning signs. They rarely act fast enough. Because change costs money. And denial costs nothing until it costs everything. Attica, the riot that shook America. In September 1971, the illusion of control shattered at Attica Correctional Facility. More than 1,200 inmates seized control of the prison after years of abuse, racial discrimination, and inhumane conditions. They took hostages. They organized leadership. They issued demands, not for escape but for dignity. They wanted medical care. Fair treatment. Protection from brutality. For 4 days, Attica became a symbol of inmate unity and state indecision. Then the state responded with force. When New York troopers stormed the prison, they fired thousands of rounds. The retaking of Attica left 43 people dead, most of them inmates, many shot by police. Attica changed how the world saw American prisons. And how prisons saw inmates. The lesson administrators learned. The lesson was not reform. It was control. After Attica, prisons across the country hardened. Tactical response teams were created. Riot gear became standard. Intelligence gathering increased. Dialogue decreased. The state decided it would never be publicly challenged like that again. But pressure never stopped building. The anatomy of a riot. Most riots follow a predictable sequence. Trigger event, a beating, lockdown, racial incident, or policy change. Rapid mobilization, inmates form groups along racial or gang lines. Overwhelmed staff, guards retreat to secure areas. Territorial control, inmates seize yards or housing units. Negotiation or force, administration chooses dialogue or suppression. Once inmates control space, violence escalates quickly. Weapons emerge. Fires spread. Scores are settled. Lockdowns, the state's favorite weapon. When riots end, or are prevented, lockdowns follow. Entire prisons are confined to cells for days, weeks, sometimes months. No yard. No programs. Limited showers. Meals through slots. Lockdowns punish everyone, not just those involved. Administrators defend them as necessary. Inmates experience them as collective punishment. And each lockdown plants seeds for the next riot. Racial warfare behind bars. Many riots follow racial fault lines. Segregated housing. Gang politics. Historical grudges. A single violent incident between groups can spiral into full-scale conflict. Once race enters the equation, containment becomes exponentially harder. Administrators sometimes exploit these divisions to maintain control. But division is unstable. It always erupts. California, riots in overcrowded prisons. California's prison system, once operating at nearly 200% capacity, became a riot incubator. Facilities like San Quentin State Prison experienced repeated lockdowns and violent incidents driven by overcrowding, gang dominance, and poor conditions. Entire racial groups were confined for months at a time. Courts eventually intervened, ruling overcrowding unconstitutional. But the damage had been done. Texas, swift and violent suppression. Texas prisons are known for rapid, forceful riot response. Extraction teams. Chemical agents. Immediate lockdowns. Riots are shorter, but often bloodier. The message is clear: resistance will be crushed. This approach limits scale, but not resentment. Federal prisons and riot containment. In federal facilities, riots are rarer, but more tightly controlled. Places like USP Leavenworth and USP Marion operate under rigid movement schedules and surveillance designed to prevent mass unrest. But when unrest does occur, federal response is swift and overwhelming. Negotiation is minimal. Hostages, the ultimate leverage. When inmates take hostages, the balance of power shifts dramatically. Officers become bargaining chips. Media attention spikes. Political pressure mounts. Administrators must choose between negotiation and force, knowing either decision can result in deaths. Hostage situations expose how quickly authority can collapse. After the smoke clears, riots leave scars. Burned buildings. Destroyed housing units. Long-term lockdowns. Transfers to Supermax facilities. Inmates identified as leaders are isolated, often permanently. Guards involved receive trauma counseling, if available. Then silence returns. But trust does not. Why riots never truly end? Every riot ends physically. None end psychologically. The grievances remain. The conditions persist. The power imbalance deepens. Riots are suppressed, not solved. And prisons return to routine until pressure builds again. Media narratives versus reality. Media coverage often frames prison riots as criminal madness. Rarely do headlines mention overcrowding, medical neglect, staff shortages, prolonged lockdowns, abuse. Violence becomes the story, not the system that produced it. This framing protects policymakers from accountability. The cost of control. Riots cost millions. Repairs. Medical treatment. Legal settlements. Yet prevention, through staffing, healthcare, and humane conditions, is consistently underfunded. The state pays more to suppress riots than to prevent them. Again and again. What riots reveal? Riots reveal truths prisons try to hide. That control is temporary. That authority is negotiated. That silence is not consent. And that when human beings are pushed far enough, walls do not stop them. What comes next? In the next chapter, we move beyond violence and force into the business of incarceration. Private prisons. Contracts. Profit. We will follow the money and expose how punishment became an industry. Prison for profit, how incarceration became a business. When punishment turned into a product. Prisons were once justified as a public responsibility. Safety. Justice. Rehabilitation. But over the last half-century, incarceration in the United States quietly crossed a line. It became a business. Today, imprisonment generates tens of billions of dollars annually, flowing through private prison corporations, food contractors, medical providers, phone companies, commissary vendors, and labor programs. Cells are filled. Beds are billed. Human beings become revenue streams. This is the prison industrial complex. The birth of the prison industry. The rise of for-profit incarceration did not happen by accident. In the 1980s and 1990s, as incarceration rates exploded due to harsh sentencing laws and the war on drugs, states faced a problem: too many prisoners, not enough space, and not enough money. The solution came from the private sector. Corporations offered to build and operate prisons faster and cheaper than the government, at least on paper. What followed was a transformation. Incarceration was no longer just punishment. It was infrastructure. Private prisons enter the system. Private prison companies promised efficiency, flexibility, and cost savings. Governments signed contracts. Facilities opened rapidly, often in rural areas desperate for jobs. Two companies came to dominate the industry. CoreCivic. GEO Group. Together, they have operated dozens of prisons, jails, and immigration detention centers across the country. Their clients include state governments, the Federal Bureau of Prisons, and immigration authorities. Their obligation is not to justice. It is to shareholders. Guaranteed occupancy, when empty beds become a problem. Some private prison contracts include occupancy guarantees. If inmate populations fall below a certain level, often 90%, the government must still pay for empty beds. This creates a perverse incentive. Fewer prisoners mean financial penalties. In other words, incarceration becomes something that must be maintained, not reduced. Critics argue this structure quietly undermines reform efforts, sentencing reform, and decarceration policies. When freedom threatens profit, profit fights back. Cost cutting and its consequences. Private prisons cut costs to increase margins. Staffing levels are lower. Training is shorter. Pay is reduced. The result is predictable. Higher rates of violence. More escapes. Worse medical care. Greater staff turnover. Multiple investigations have found private prisons perform worse than public facilities on safety and outcomes, despite promises of efficiency. Savings come at a human cost. Medical care as a line item. Healthcare inside prisons is expensive. Private operators often outsource medical services to third-party contractors paid a flat rate, regardless of how much care inmates actually receive. This creates another incentive. Do less. Delays in treatment. Denied procedures. Minimal mental health care. Serious illnesses go untreated. Minor issues become emergencies. Lawsuits follow, but rarely change systemic behavior. For inmates, medical neglect is not a mistake. It is policy shaped by budgets, food, phone calls, and survival. Profit does not stop at housing inmates. It follows them into daily life. Food contracts prioritize cost over nutrition. Meals are often calorie-dense but nutritionally poor. Hunger becomes routine. Phone calls are another revenue stream. For years, families paid exorbitant rates to speak with incarcerated loved ones. Though regulations have reduced some costs, exploitation persists through fees and monopolies. Connection becomes a luxury. Isolation becomes profitable. The commissary trap. Commissary systems allow inmates to buy basic necessities: soap, toothpaste, snacks, socks. Prices are inflated. Families send money. Corporations collect profits. Inmates without outside support go without. Survival becomes transactional. This system turns poverty into punishment layered on punishment. Prison labor, the hidden workforce. Inmates across the United States perform labor for pennies an hour. They cook. They clean. They manufacture furniture. They fight wildfires. Some work for the prison system itself. Others work for private companies through prison labor programs. Participation is often framed as rehabilitation. But refusal can lead to punishment. Critics argue prison labor exploits incarcerated people who have no bargaining power and no meaningful choice. The line between rehabilitation and exploitation blurs. From slavery to incarceration. The U.S. Constitution abolished slavery, except as punishment for crime. This clause enabled convict leasing after the Civil War, where prisoners, mostly black men, were rented to private businesses under brutal conditions. Modern prison labor is legal under this exception. History echoes. Immigration detention, profit without conviction. Perhaps the most profitable sector of private incarceration is immigration detention. Unlike criminal prisoners, detainees have not been convicted of crimes. They are held for civil immigration violations, often indefinitely. Facilities run by GEO Group and CoreCivic dominate this space. Detainees are paid little or nothing for labor. Conditions are harsh. Oversight is minimal. Detention becomes an industry fueled by political fear. Lobbying and political influence. Private prison companies invest heavily in lobbying. They donate to political campaigns. They fund policy groups. They advocate for tough-on-crime legislation. This influence shapes laws that determine who is incarcerated and for how long. While corporations deny promoting incarceration, their business model depends on it. The conflict of interest is undeniable. Federal retreat and return. At times, the federal government has moved to reduce reliance on private prisons. At other times, it has reversed course. These shifts often align with political administrations, not evidence. The industry adapts. Profit survives policy swings. The myth of savings. Multiple studies have found that private prisons do not meaningfully save money when accounting for oversight, lawsuits, and long-term outcomes. Any short-term savings are often offset by higher social costs, recidivism, violence, and poor rehabilitation. The system pays later. In blood and budgets. Communities built on incarceration. Many rural towns depend on prisons for jobs. Closing a prison threatens livelihoods. Reducing incarceration threatens economies. This creates local resistance to reform, even when incarceration harms broader society. Prison towns become economically chained to punishment. Human beings as units of revenue. At its core, the prison-for-profit system reduces people to metrics. Bed days. Occupancy rates. Cost per inmate. Human suffering becomes an operational expense. This logic is incompatible with justice, resistance, and reform. Activists, lawsuits, and public pressure have pushed back against private prisons. Some states have banned them. Some investors have divested. Some contracts have been cancelled. But the broader prison economy, public and private, still operates on profit logic. True reform requires confronting not just private prisons, but the monetization of incarceration itself. Why this chapter matters. As long as incarceration generates profit, the system will resist change. Reform threatens revenue. Decarceration threatens jobs. Human dignity threatens margins. This is not conspiracy. It is economics. What comes next? In the next chapter, we return to the human level. We will follow life after prison, re-entry, parole, surveillance, and the invisible punishment that continues long after release. Because in America, freedom is often conditional. And prison rarely ends at the gate. Life after prison, freedom that isn't free. The gate that lies. The prison gate opens. A man steps out carrying everything he owns in a plastic bag. No ceremony. No guidance. No map for what comes next. The air feels different, lighter, but unfamiliar. Cars move too fast. People don't make eye contact. The world has kept going without him. This moment is called release. But for millions of formerly incarcerated Americans, it is not freedom. It is transfer. From a visible cage to an invisible one. The myth of the second chance. America loves the idea of redemption. We talk about second chances. We celebrate comeback stories. We claim people can change. But the reality of re-entry tells a different story. The moment a person leaves prison, they enter a maze of restrictions, fees, surveillance, and stigma that can last for decades, or a lifetime. Freedom, in America, often comes with conditions. And violations of those conditions can send someone right back behind bars. Parole, conditional freedom. For many, release is not unconditional. It is parole. Regular check-ins. Curfews. Employment requirements. Travel restrictions. Mandatory programs. Miss a meeting. Arrive late. Fail a drug test, even unintentionally. Back to prison. Parole officers carry enormous discretion. Some focus on support. Others prioritize enforcement. The difference can determine whether someone rebuilds their life or returns to a cell. Parole is described as supervision. Many experience it as entrapment. The first 72 hours. Research shows the first 3 days after release are the most dangerous. No housing. No job. No medication continuity. Some people are released in the middle of the night with no transportation. Others are dropped off at bus stations with a voucher and a warning. Addiction relapse risk spikes. Mental health crises surge. Old networks resurface. The system calls this personal failure. It is structural neglect. Housing, the locked door. Finding housing after prison is one of the greatest barriers to successful re-entry. Public housing often bans people with felony records. Private landlords conduct background checks. Shelters are overcrowded. Many are forced into temporary housing or halfway houses with strict rules and limited support. Miss curfew. Violation. Get into an argument. Violation. Homelessness becomes a parole risk. Stability becomes conditional. Employment, branded for life. Have you ever been convicted of a felony? That single checkbox can erase opportunity. Despite ban-the-box laws in some states, criminal records remain a powerful barrier to employment. Background checks are routine. Licenses are restricted. Entire industries are closed to people with records. Even when jobs are secured, wages are low. Hours are unstable. Advancement is rare. Work becomes survival, not progress. And without steady employment, parole conditions become harder to meet. The debt that follows. Incarceration creates debt. Court fees. Fines. Restitution. Parole supervision fees. Mandatory program costs. Failure to pay can trigger violations. Freedom becomes a subscription. For many, it is unaffordable. Health care gaps. Prison health care, however flawed, often ends abruptly upon release. Medications stop. Appointments lapse. Insurance coverage is delayed or non-existent. Formerly incarcerated people experience high rates of chronic illness, mental health disorders, and substance use disorders. Release without care is abandonment. Emergency rooms become default providers. The cycle continues. Electronic surveillance, digital shackles. For some, freedom comes with a bracelet. Electronic monitoring, ankle monitors, GPS tracking, has become a common alternative to incarceration and parole supervision. It is framed as leniency. In practice, it is constant surveillance. Movement is restricted. Devices malfunction. False alerts trigger violations. Every step is tracked. The prison follows you home. Family reentry, the quiet strain. Families absorb the cost of reentry. Housing. Food. Transportation. Emotional labor. Loved ones want to help, but the pressure is intense. Old wounds resurface. Trust must be rebuilt. Children meet parents they barely know. Partners renegotiate relationships shaped by absence. Reentry is not individual. It is collective. Stigma and social death. Beyond legal barriers lies social stigma. Former inmates report being treated as permanently suspect. Neighbors avoid them. Employers distrust them. Institutions deny them. Even years after release, the label remains. Criminal record becomes identity. Society demands change, then refuses to recognize it. Recidivism, a predictable outcome. When people fail under these conditions, the system calls it recidivism. But failure is built in. Released without housing. Released without jobs. Released without care. Released under surveillance. Rearrest becomes likely. The system points to statistics. It ignores causation. Women and reentry. Women face distinct challenges after prison. Higher rates of trauma. Caregiving responsibilities. Limited housing options. Many reunite with children under scrutiny from child welfare agencies. Any mistake risks family separation. Reentry for women is often a balancing act between survival and motherhood. Support is scarce. Judgment is abundant. Youth reentry, starting behind. Young people released from prison or juvenile facilities face disrupted education, limited job prospects, and social alienation. Records follow them into adulthood. Mistakes made as teenagers become lifelong barriers. The promise of rehabilitation collapses at the gate. Geography of return. Many people are released to neighborhoods already strained by poverty, violence, and lack of services. High incarceration rates cluster geographically. Entire communities absorb the churn of imprisonment and release. Prison becomes a revolving door for neighborhoods, not individuals. Success stories, and why they're rare. Some people do succeed after prison. They find stable housing. They secure employment. They rebuild relationships. Almost always, they have support. Family. Mentors. Programs. Resources. Success is not about willpower alone. It is about access. Reentry programs, patchwork solutions. Reentry programs exist, but coverage is uneven. Some offer job training. Some provide housing support. Some focus on therapy. Many are underfunded. Many have waiting lists. Many exclude people with certain convictions. The need outpaces availability. Good intentions collide with limited investment. The illusion of closure. Society treats release as the end of punishment. It is not. Punishment mutates. It becomes bureaucratic, economic, social. The sentence continues, without bars. A system designed to catch, not carry. America's reentry system is not built to help people succeed. It is built to monitor failure. Rules are rigid. Support is optional. Punishment is automatic. When people stumble, the response is swift. Back to jail. Back to prison. The cycle reinforces itself. Why this chapter matters. If prison reform ends at the gate, it fails. Reentry determines whether incarceration reduces harm or multiplies it. A system that releases people into instability guarantees return. And every return is treated as proof that change is impossible. What comes next? In the next chapter, we confront one of the most hidden forces shaping American incarceration. Juveniles in the prison pipeline. We will examine how children are criminalized, prosecuted, and transformed into lifelong prisoners, often before they understand the consequences. Because in America, punishment can begin early. And it can last forever. Children of the system, juveniles, transfer laws, and the prison pipeline. The first door that closes. For most children, adolescence is a time of mistakes. For some children, a single mistake becomes a sentence. In the United States, thousands of minors are arrested every year and pulled into a system never designed for childhood. Once inside, the path forward narrows quickly. Courtrooms replace classrooms. Guards replace teachers. Punishment replaces guidance. This is the prison pipeline, a slow, grinding process that transforms troubled children into incarcerated adults. And once it begins, escape is rare. When childhood meets handcuffs. Children are arrested in America at astonishing rates. School fights. Petty theft. Truancy. Disorderly conduct. Behaviors once handled by parents, schools, or counselors now trigger police intervention. Zero-tolerance policies and school resource officers have blurred the line between discipline and criminalization. For many kids, especially poor children and children of color, the first contact with the justice system happens before they can legally vote, work full-time, or fully understand their rights. That first arrest changes everything. Juvenile justice, a broken promise. The juvenile justice system was originally created with one goal: rehabilitation. Children, the thinking went, are different from adults. Their brains are still developing. Their behavior is more impulsive. Their capacity for change is greater. That philosophy eroded over time. Fear-based politics in the 1980s and 1990s reframed young offenders as superpredators. Legislatures responded with harsher laws. Judges were given power to transfer juveniles into adult court. Rehabilitation gave way to punishment. Transfer laws, when children become adults overnight. Every U.S. state allows some form of juvenile transfer to adult court. A child can be charged as an adult based on age, type of offense, prosecutorial discretion, mandatory transfer statutes. In some states, children as young as 13 or 14 have been tried as adults. The consequences are permanent. Adult court means adult sentences. Adult prisons. Adult records. Childhood ends at arraignment. Adult time for teenage mistakes. Once convicted in adult court, juveniles face sentences measured not in months, but decades. Life without parole. Mandatory minimums. Extreme sentencing enhancements. A teenager's worst decision becomes a lifetime identity. Research consistently shows that juveniles sentenced as adults are more likely to reoffend, not less. Adult prisons harden youth, exposing them to violence, gangs, and trauma far beyond their developmental capacity. Punishment replaces possibility. Juveniles in adult prisons. Housing minors in adult prisons is widely recognized as dangerous. Young inmates are more likely to be assaulted, more likely to be sexually abused, more likely to attempt suicide. To protect them, prisons often place juveniles in solitary confinement, sometimes for months. Isolation becomes the solution. The cure becomes another form of harm. Rikers Island, youth in the shadow of violence. For decades, teenagers were held at Rikers Island, sometimes just steps away from hardened adult offenders. Despite legal protections, young inmates were assaulted, traumatized, and isolated. Investigations revealed patterns of abuse and neglect. Lawsuits followed. Reforms eventually removed most juveniles from Rikers. But only after irreparable damage had already been done. Rikers became a national warning. The school-to-prison pipeline. For many children, incarceration begins long before arrest. Schools with heavy police presence suspend and expel students at higher rates. Suspended students fall behind academically. Dropout rates rise. Once disconnected from school, children are more likely to encounter law enforcement. Discipline becomes destiny. This pipeline disproportionately affects Black, Latino, and disabled students, embedding inequality into the justice system at its earliest stage. Trauma before prison. Most incarcerated youth share common histories. Abuse. Neglect. Poverty. Unstable housing. Exposure to violence. These children do not arrive broken by prison. They arrive broken by life. The justice system treats symptoms as crimes and trauma as defiance. Mental health and youth confinement. Youth detention centers are filled with children suffering from untreated mental illness. ADHD. PTSD. Depression. Anxiety disorders. Instead of therapy, they receive discipline. Instead of counseling, they receive confinement. Behavior worsens. Punishment escalates. The system mistakes pain for danger. Solitary confinement for children. In some facilities, juveniles are placed in isolation cells for behavioral issues. Locked alone for 22 to 23 hours a day. Minimal human contact. Limited education. Medical experts warn that solitary confinement is especially damaging to developing brains, causing long-term cognitive and emotional harm. Yet it persists. Because control is easier than care. Life without parole for children. For years, the United States sentenced children to life without parole. Teenagers. 14-year-olds. Children who could not legally buy alcohol. Supreme Court rulings have restricted, but not eliminated, this practice. Thousands remain serving sentences that ensure they will die in prison for crimes committed as minors. Hope becomes theoretical. Education behind bars. Education inside juvenile facilities is often inadequate. Credits don't transfer. Classrooms lack resources. Teachers are overwhelmed. When youth are released, they return to schools unprepared, or not at all. The gap widens. Prison interrupts development. Education rarely repairs it. Girls in the system. Girls are the fastest growing population in juvenile confinement. Their pathways often involve abuse, exploitation, and survival behaviors. Instead of protection, they are criminalized. Running away becomes a crime. Defending oneself becomes assault. Trauma is punished. From juvenile to adult prison. Many incarcerated youth do not leave the system when they turn 18. They are transferred to adult facilities. The transition is brutal. Adult prisons do not adapt to youth. Youth must adapt, or break. This handoff cements the prison pipeline. The cost of early incarceration. Youth incarceration is expensive. Financially. Socially. Morally. Every incarcerated child represents lost potential, education delayed, families strained, communities weakened. The long-term costs far outweigh any short-term sense of control. Reform efforts and resistance. Some states have raised the age of adult prosecution. Others have expanded diversion programs. These efforts work. Youth crime drops. Recidivism falls. Communities stabilize. Yet reform faces resistance from fear-driven politics and tough-on-crime rhetoric. Punishing children is easier than supporting them. Why this chapter matters. Children are not miniature adults. Their brains are unfinished. Their identities are fluid. Their futures are unwritten. A system that writes them off early creates the very criminals it claims to fear. The prison pipeline does not protect society. It sabotages it. What comes next? In the next chapter, we return inside the walls, but to a quieter, more hidden population. Women in prison. We will examine gender, motherhood, abuse, and survival in a system built by, and for, men. Because punishment is not experienced equally. And for women, prison carries a different kind of sentence. Women behind bars, abuse, motherhood, and survival in a system built for men. An invisible population. When people imagine prison, they usually imagine men. Men in orange jumpsuits. Men in violent yards. Men in gangs. Women exist on the margins of this picture, out of focus, underreported, and misunderstood. Yet the female prison population in the United States has grown dramatically over the past 4 decades, increasing at a rate faster than men's incarceration. Women are now one of the fastest growing incarcerated populations in America. And the system holding them was never designed with them in mind. Why women are incarcerated? Women in prison are often incarcerated for different reasons than men. Lower-level drug offenses. Property crimes tied to poverty. Crimes connected to abusive relationships. Many women are not violent offenders. Yet they receive harsh sentences shaped by mandatory minimums and rigid sentencing guidelines. Behind these charges are patterns that repeat relentlessly. Domestic violence. Childhood sexual abuse. Poverty. Addiction. Mental illness. Prison does not address these root causes. It punishes their consequences. Trauma as a common language. An overwhelming majority of incarcerated women have survived trauma. Sexual abuse. Physical violence. Coercion. Exploitation. For many, prison is not the first place where control is taken from them, it is simply the most official one. Strip searches. Constant surveillance. Verbal degradation. The environment mirrors past abuse, often reactivating trauma rather than healing it. Facilities built for men. Most women's prisons are repurposed men's facilities or designed using male incarceration models. This mismatch creates daily harm. Healthcare systems fail to address gynecological needs. Mental health services are inadequate. Programs are limited and stereotyped: sewing, cosmetology, domestic labor. Security protocols ignore gender-specific vulnerabilities. Women are forced to adapt to systems that never considered them. Sexual abuse by staff. Sexual abuse by correctional officers remains one of the darkest realities of women's incarceration. Power imbalance makes consent impossible. Threats and coercion are common. Reporting invites retaliation. Investigations across multiple states have exposed patterns of abuse, often hidden for years. The walls protect perpetrators. Silence becomes survival. Pregnancy behind bars. Thousands of incarcerated women are pregnant at intake. Prison healthcare often fails them. Delayed prenatal care. Inadequate nutrition. Dismissed medical complaints. For years, women were shackled during labor, chained at the ankles and wrists while giving birth. Though many states have banned the practice, violations continue. Childbirth becomes another punishment. Giving birth in custody. Giving birth in prison is profoundly isolating. No family present. No partner. No support system. Guards stand watch. Hospital rooms feel like extensions of cells. Moments meant for bonding are rushed, controlled, and surveilled. Within days, or even hours, many women are separated from their newborns. The trauma echoes long after release. Motherhood interrupted. Most incarcerated women are mothers. Their imprisonment fractures families instantly. Children are placed with relatives or into foster care. Visits are rare and expensive. Phone calls are limited and costly. Mothers watch their children grow up through letters, photographs, and brief supervised visits. The guilt is crushing. And reunification after release is never guaranteed. Prison nurseries, rare exceptions. A small number of states operate prison nursery programs that allow incarcerated mothers to keep newborns with them for limited periods. These programs show promising outcomes. Lower recidivism. Stronger bonding. Better child outcomes. But access is rare. Eligibility is strict. Capacity is limited. For most incarcerated mothers, separation is the rule, not the exception. Mental illness and women. Rates of mental illness among incarcerated women far exceed those of men. Depression. Anxiety. PTSD. Eating disorders. Self-harm is common. So is suicide risk. Rather than treatment, women often receive discipline, segregation, loss of privileges, isolation. Pain becomes misconduct. Solitary confinement and women. Solitary confinement is particularly devastating for incarcerated women. Isolation intensifies trauma. Anxiety spirals. Self-harm increases. Women are often placed in segregation for minor infractions, talking back, emotional outbursts, breaking rules linked to distress. Punishment compounds harm. Rikers Island, women in crisis. At Rikers Island, women have long faced some of the worst conditions in the country. Reports detail sexual abuse, neglect, and extreme isolation. Pregnant women lacked proper care. Mentally ill women cycled through solitary units. Public pressure has driven reforms, but scars remain. Rikers became a symbol of how deeply systems fail incarcerated women. Angola's women, isolation within isolation. While Louisiana State Penitentiary is known for male incarceration, Louisiana's women's facilities reveal parallel neglect. Women are often housed far from families, increasing isolation. Programming is limited. Healthcare gaps persist. Geography becomes punishment. Race and gender combined. Women of color, especially Black and Indigenous women, are incarcerated at disproportionate rates. They receive longer sentences. They face harsher discipline. They are more likely to lose parental rights. Intersectionality magnifies punishment. Race and gender combine to deepen invisibility. Work, wages, and exploitation. Incarcerated women work for pennies per hour. Laundry. Kitchen duty. Janitorial labor. Some are placed in jobs reinforcing gender stereotypes. Others perform physically demanding labor without adequate protection. Refusal can lead to punishment. Exploitation hides behind routine. Release without repair. When women are released, re-entry challenges multiply. Reuniting with children. Securing housing. Escaping abusive relationships. Finding employment with a criminal record. Many leave prison with untreated trauma, no financial safety net, and overwhelming responsibility. Freedom arrives without support. Cycles of return. Without trauma-informed care, many women return to prison. Addiction relapse. Survival crimes. Parole violations. The system points to recidivism. It ignores causation. Why women's prison stories matter. Women's incarceration exposes the system's blind spots. Prisons designed for men fail women profoundly. Punishment replaces care. Control replaces healing. Ignoring women's experiences distorts the truth about mass incarceration. A different path is possible. Programs focused on trauma recovery, parenting support, healthcare, and education dramatically reduce recidivism among women. These approaches work. They cost less. They heal more. They protect families. Yet they remain underfunded and marginalized. What comes next? In the next chapter, we confront another population often hidden in plain sight. Elderly prisoners. Men and women who entered prison young and grew old behind bars. We will examine aging, illness, death, and the moral cost of keeping people locked away long after they cease to pose a threat. Because for many, prison does not end in release. It ends in a hospital bed or a grave. Growing old in chains, aging, illness, and death inside America's prisons. A sentence longer than a lifetime. Prisons are built for control, not care. Yet across the United States, prisons are rapidly becoming geriatric institutions, housing men and women who entered in their teens or 20s and are now old, frail, sick, and dying behind bars. Wheelchairs roll down concrete tiers. Canes tap against steel doors. Oxygen tanks sit beside bunks. This is not an exception. It is the fastest-growing reality of American incarceration. How America created an aging prison population. The explosion of elderly prisoners is not accidental. It is the direct result of policy. Mandatory minimum sentences. 3 strikes laws. Life without parole. Truth in sentencing statutes. These laws dramatically reduced early release and parole eligibility. People sentenced decades ago, often during the height of tough-on-crime politics, simply never went home. Instead, they grew old inside. Today, prisoners aged 55 and older are one of the fastest-growing segments of the U.S. prison population. And prisons were never designed for them. What aging looks like behind bars. Aging in prison is not the same as aging outside. Incarcerated people age faster. Years of stress. Poor nutrition. Inadequate health care. Chronic trauma. Medical experts estimate prisoners experience the health conditions of someone 10 to 15 years older than their chronological age. A 55-year-old inmate often has the body of a 70-year-old. Daily life for elderly prisoners. Simple tasks become ordeals. Climbing to a top bunk. Walking long distances to chow. Standing for count. Prisons rarely accommodate declining mobility. Falls are common. Injuries go untreated or worsen due to delays in care. Some elderly inmates rely on younger prisoners to help them shower, dress, or move, creating informal caregiving networks inside violent environments. Dignity erodes quietly. Chronic illness as a life sentence. Elderly prisoners suffer disproportionately from chronic illnesses. Heart disease. Diabetes. Cancer. Kidney failure. Dementia. Managing these conditions requires consistent care, appointments, medications, monitoring. Prisons struggle to provide even basic treatment. Specialist visits require transport and security. Costs add up. Delays become routine. Illness is managed reactively, not preventively. San Quentin, where the old and condemned live. At San Quentin State Prison, aging inmates are a visible presence. Long-term prisoners, many serving life sentences, populate yards and cell blocks alongside younger men. Some have spent more time inside than they ever lived outside. San Quentin's medical facilities strain under the weight of this population. Hospital wards operate within prison walls. Guards escort inmates to chemotherapy. Time moves slowly here. And for many, it ends here. Dementia behind bars. Perhaps the most haunting reality of aging in prison is dementia. Inmates forget where they are. They forget why they're there. They forget the crimes that brought them. Correctional officers, trained for control, become de facto caregivers for prisoners who cannot follow orders or understand rules. Confusion leads to discipline. Discipline leads to isolation. A medical condition becomes misconduct. The cost of keeping the elderly locked up. Elderly prisoners are extraordinarily expensive. Healthcare costs for aging inmates can be 2 to 3 times higher than for younger populations. Specialized treatment, mobility aids, and constant supervision drive costs upward. Ironically, elderly inmates are also among the least likely to commit violent crime if released. The system spends more money to confine people who pose the least risk. Compassionate release, rare mercy. Compassionate release programs allow for early release of terminally ill or severely incapacitated prisoners. On paper, these programs exist in many states. In practice, they are rarely used. Applications are slow. Criteria are narrow. Bureaucracy delays decisions until it's too late. Many prisoners die waiting for approval. Mercy arrives, if at all, after death. Angola, where prison becomes a nursing home. Few places illustrate this reality more starkly than Louisiana State Penitentiary. Angola houses thousands of inmates serving life sentences. The average age continues to rise. Entire housing units resemble assisted living facilities, minus the care. In response, Angola developed one of the nation's most well-known prison hospice programs. Here, fellow inmates volunteer to care for the dying, feeding them, bathing them, holding their hands in their final moments. It is both humane and deeply unsettling, because it exists only because release is denied. Prison hospice, compassion inside a cage. Prison hospice programs are a contradiction. They provide comfort in a place designed for punishment. They offer dignity, without freedom. Volunteers are inmates themselves, trained to provide end-of-life care. Bonds form quickly. Loss is constant. For many volunteers, hospice is the first time they are allowed to show compassion openly. For the dying, it is the last human connection they may ever have. Death as routine. Death in prison is quiet. No funerals. No family gatherings. No community mourning. Notifications are sent. Bodies are transferred. Cells are reassigned. The institution moves on. For those still inside, death becomes normalized, a reminder of what awaits. Families on the outside. Families of elderly prisoners live with prolonged grief. They watch parents age through glass. They attend medical visits through letters and phone calls. They prepare for funerals that may never include a body. The punishment extends beyond the walls. Why elderly prisoners stay locked up? The question lingers. Why keep people locked up when they are old, sick, and dying? The answers are political. Fear of appearing soft on crime. Bureaucratic inertia. Victim impact concerns. Release requires courage. Incarceration requires none. Public safety versus public habit. Evidence shows elderly prisoners have extremely low recidivism rates, especially those released due to illness or age. Keeping them incarcerated does little to protect society. But prisons are not built on evidence. They are built on habit. A moral reckoning. Aging prisoners force society to confront uncomfortable truths. About punishment without end. About mercy denied by policy. About humanity reduced to procedure. What does justice look like at the end of life? Is punishment meaningful when suffering is inevitable? The quietest injustice. There are no protests for elderly prisoners. No headlines. No viral videos. They disappear quietly, one death at a time. Their stories rarely leave the walls. What comes next? In the next chapter, we will examine solitary confinement more deeply, the psychological, neurological, and moral consequences of extreme isolation. Because for many aging prisoners, solitary is where they wait to die. And silence becomes the final punishment. Alone in the box, solitary confinement and the breaking of the human mind. The quietest punishment. There is a place in the American prison system where sound disappears. No voices. No footsteps. No human rhythm. Only the hum of fluorescent lights, the scrape of a food tray, and the echo of one's own breathing. This is solitary confinement. It is not a sentence handed down by a judge. It is not always temporary. And it is rarely explained. For tens of thousands of incarcerated people in the United States, solitary confinement is not discipline. It is existence. What solitary confinement really is. Solitary confinement goes by many names. Administrative segregation. Restrictive housing. Special housing units. Security housing units. The language softens the reality. An individual is locked alone in a cell roughly the size of a parking space, often for 22 to 24 hours a day. Meals are slid through a slot. Recreation, if allowed, happens alone in a concrete cage. Human contact is minimal. Touch is non-existent. Time loses meaning. Days blur into weeks. Weeks into years. Years into something else entirely. Why solitary exists. Solitary confinement was originally justified as a way to maintain order. To separate violent inmates. To protect vulnerable prisoners. To control gang activity. Over time, its use expanded far beyond these purposes. Inmates are placed in solitary for disciplinary violations. Suspected gang affiliation. Protective custody. Mental health crises. Administrative convenience. In many cases, solitary is not imposed for violence, but for behavior staff find difficult to manage. Defiance becomes isolation. The Supermax model. Solitary confinement reached its most extreme form with the rise of Supermax prisons. Facilities like ADX Florence were designed around isolation. Every cell is solitary. Every movement is controlled. Every interaction is mediated through steel and glass. Inmates here can spend decades without meaningful human contact. Some will never return to general population. For them, solitary is not a temporary measure. It is life. Pelican Bay, isolation as policy. In California, Pelican Bay State Prison became a global symbol of extreme isolation. Its security housing unit, known as the SHU, held inmates in windowless cells for years, sometimes decades, based on alleged gang affiliation rather than misconduct. A tattoo. A drawing. An informant's accusation. Any of these could condemn someone to indefinite isolation. Prisoners launched historic hunger strikes to protest the conditions, drawing international attention to the psychological damage caused by prolonged solitary confinement. The strikes forced policy changes, but not an end to isolation. The human brain in isolation. The human brain is wired for connection. Solitary confinement attacks that wiring. Neuroscientists and psychologists have documented a predictable pattern of deterioration in isolated individuals. Anxiety and panic attacks. Hallucinations, auditory and visual. Memory loss. Emotional instability. Paranoia. Loss of impulse control. Some inmates begin talking to walls. Others scream for hours. Many self-harm simply to feel something. This is not weakness. It is biology. Time without markers. In solitary confinement, time ceases to function normally. There are no schedules to follow. No social cues. No shared experiences. Inmates describe losing track of days, months, even years. Some count cracks in the wall. Others pace endlessly. Many sleep excessively, or not at all. The mind begins to fold inward. Reality shrinks. Mental illness and solitary. Solitary confinement is especially devastating for people with mental illness. Schizophrenia. Bipolar disorder. Severe depression. PTSD. Symptoms intensify rapidly under isolation. Instead of treatment, inmates are punished for behaviors caused by their illness, creating a cycle of breakdown and discipline. Some facilities use solitary as a response to suicide attempts. Isolation becomes the answer to despair. Children in solitary. Despite widespread condemnation, juveniles have been placed in solitary confinement across the United States. Teenagers locked alone for 23 hours a day. Minimal education. No meaningful contact. Medical experts warn that isolation can permanently damage developing brains, affecting emotional regulation, cognition, and social function. For some children, solitary leaves scars that last a lifetime. Women in isolation. For incarcerated women, many with histories of abuse, solitary confinement can replicate trauma. Isolation triggers panic. Surveillance mirrors past control. Loss of autonomy reopens wounds. Self-harm rates among women in solitary are alarmingly high. Punishment compounds pain. The United Nations calls it torture. International bodies have been unequivocal. The United Nations considers prolonged solitary confinement, defined as more than 15 days, to be a form of torture. The United States disagrees. American courts have largely upheld the practice, deferring to prison administrators and security concerns. Legality does not equal humanity. Guards and the isolation wing. Solitary confinement does not only affect inmates. Correctional officers assigned to segregation units experience high levels of stress, emotional numbness, and moral injury. They interact with people at their worst moments, screaming, breaking down, losing touch with reality. Some officers report nightmares and guilt. The system demands distance. It extracts a cost. Release from solitary. Leaving solitary confinement does not restore normalcy. Inmates released directly from isolation to the general population, or even to the street, often struggle to function. Crowds overwhelm them. Noise feels threatening. Human interaction becomes unbearable. Some relapse into violence or self-harm. The damage lingers. Why solitary persists? If solitary confinement is so damaging, why does it continue? Because it is effective at one thing: control. Isolation removes problem inmates from view. It simplifies management. It reduces short-term disruption. The long-term damage is someone else's problem. Usually, society's. Legal challenges and reform efforts. Advocates have fought for decades to limit solitary confinement. Some states have reduced its use. Others have banned it for juveniles or the mentally ill. But reform is uneven. In many facilities, solitary remains a default response to complexity. The moral question. Solitary confinement forces a question that cannot be avoided. What does isolation do to a human being, and is that acceptable punishment? The answer is written in the minds of those who have endured it. Broken thoughts. Fragmented memories. Permanent scars. Silence is not neutral. It is violent. What comes next? In the next chapter, we shift focus again to technology, surveillance, and the future of incarceration. Electronic monitoring. Predictive algorithms. Digital control. We will ask whether the prison of the future will have walls at all, or whether it will follow people everywhere they go. Because control is evolving. And the cage is changing shape. The digital prison, surveillance, algorithms, and control beyond the walls. The prison without bars. The prison of the future does not always have walls. It does not always have guards. It does not always have cells. Sometimes, it fits around an ankle. Sometimes, it lives in a database. Sometimes, it follows you invisibly through cameras, algorithms, and risk scores. This is the digital prison, a system of surveillance and control that extends punishment far beyond incarceration and follows people long after release. For millions of Americans, the sentence does not end at the gate. It migrates. From steel to signal. For most of history, incarceration required physical confinement. Bars. Locks. Concrete. Today, punishment increasingly relies on data. GPS signals. Biometric scans. Predictive algorithms. Risk assessment tools. Control is no longer only physical. It is informational. Electronic monitoring, freedom with a leash. Electronic monitoring is often presented as a humane alternative to incarceration. House arrest instead of prison. Community supervision instead of a cell. But the reality is more complex. Ankle monitors track movement in real time. Curfews are enforced digitally. Deviations trigger alerts. Sometimes false, sometimes fatal to freedom. A dead battery becomes a violation. A lost signal becomes suspicion. A software error becomes a warrant. The body is free. The person is not. Life on the monitor. People under electronic monitoring describe life as constant anxiety. Every step is calculated. Every errand must be approved. Every delay risks reincarceration. Simple activities, work, childcare, medical appointments, require bureaucratic permission. Some monitors emit heat, causing burns or infections. Others are bulky, drawing public attention and stigma. Freedom becomes conditional movement within invisible borders. Who gets monitored? Electronic monitoring disproportionately affects poor people. People of color. Those unable to post bail. People on parole or probation. Monitoring often replaces jail for those who cannot afford release, but at a cost. Daily fees. Installation charges. Violation penalties. Failure to pay can result in jail. Technology becomes another toll booth in the justice system. Probation and parole, digitalized control. Probation and parole have quietly transformed into surveillance networks. Check-ins are automated. Drug tests are scheduled by software. Risk is calculated continuously. A single missed appointment can trigger automated consequences. Human judgment is replaced by systems designed to flag risk, not understand context. Risk assessment algorithms. Courts across the United States use algorithmic risk assessment tools to decide bail, sentencing, parole eligibility, supervision intensity. These tools claim to predict future criminal behavior based on data points such as age, employment history, neighborhood, and prior arrests. The problem: algorithms inherit bias. Historical policing data reflects racial and economic inequality. Feeding this data into algorithms does not eliminate bias, it automates it. Discrimination becomes statistical. Bias encoded in code. Risk assessment tools often label people from heavily policed neighborhoods as high risk, not because they commit more crime, but because they are surveilled more intensely. Past arrests, regardless of conviction, become predictive markers. The algorithm does not know context. It does not know trauma. It does not know change. It knows patterns. And it treats people as probabilities. The illusion of objectivity. Algorithms are often perceived as neutral. They are not. They are built by humans, trained on flawed data, and deployed within unequal systems. When an algorithm recommends harsher supervision, judges often defer to it. Responsibility shifts. No one decided, the system says. The software did. Predictive policing. Predictive policing systems analyze crime data to forecast where crime is likely to occur. Police are then deployed to those areas. This creates a feedback loop. More police, more stops, more arrests, more data, more policing. Communities already overpoliced become permanently flagged as dangerous. Surveillance becomes destiny. Facial recognition and the watchful city. Facial recognition technology is rapidly expanding. Cameras identify faces in public spaces. Databases match images to criminal records. Alerts are generated automatically. Errors are common and disproportionately affect people of color. A false match can lead to arrest. An arrest becomes a record. The record feeds future surveillance. Mistakes compound. Inside prisons, total surveillance. Digital control is not limited to life outside prison. Inside facilities like ADX Florence, surveillance is near total. Cameras track movement. Microphones record sound. Communications are monitored. Some prisons experiment with biometric tracking and AI-assisted monitoring. Privacy ceases to exist. Control becomes constant. Data as discipline. Every interaction generates data. Phone calls. Emails. Visits. Purchases. This data is analyzed, stored, and sometimes sold. Inmates and their families become data points in a vast correctional information economy. Punishment generates profit. Again. Digital control and mental health. Constant surveillance affects the mind. People under monitoring report. Chronic anxiety. Hypervigilance. Sleep disruption. Fear of accidental violation. The prison mentality persists. The walls are gone. The pressure remains. Children and digital punishment. Youth are increasingly subjected to electronic monitoring and algorithmic risk assessment. Children grow up tracked. Mistakes are logged permanently. Behavior becomes data. A childhood marked by surveillance shapes identity and expectation. Freedom feels temporary. When technology replaces judgment. Technology is often introduced to save money, reduce staff, and increase efficiency. But efficiency is not justice. Systems optimized for control are indifferent to nuance. They cannot distinguish between danger and distress. A missed appointment due to illness becomes noncompliance. A dead battery becomes escape risk. The system punishes outcomes, not intentions. Who owns the data? Private companies build and operate much of this technology. They collect data. They store data. They profit from data. Oversight is minimal. In many cases, neither courts nor defendants fully understand how systems work or how decisions are made. Transparency disappears behind proprietary code. The expansion of the carceral state. Digital surveillance expands punishment without expanding prisons. More people are controlled. More lives are monitored. More communities are flagged. The carceral state grows, without walls. This expansion is politically palatable. It looks like reform. It feels like control. Resistance and legal challenges. Civil rights groups have begun challenging digital surveillance practices. Courts have questioned algorithmic transparency. Cities have restricted facial recognition use. Some jurisdictions have limited electronic monitoring. But technology advances faster than law. Regulation lags behind innovation. The ethical question. The digital prison forces a fundamental question. Is freedom real if every movement is tracked? If risk scores follow you forever? If mistakes are automated? If surveillance never sleeps? Control without confinement is still control. And punishment without walls is still punishment. The new normal. For many Americans, especially the poor and marginalized, digital surveillance is becoming normal. Children grow up watched. Adults live monitored. Freedom becomes conditional compliance. The prison no longer needs gates. It needs Wi-Fi. What comes next? In the next chapter, we confront a final truth. Can the American prison system be reformed, or must it be fundamentally dismantled? We will explore reform movements, abolition debates, and visions of justice beyond cages. Because once control escapes the walls, the future of punishment belongs to everyone. Reform or abolition, can America escape mass incarceration? The question America can no longer avoid. For decades, the American prison system expanded without restraint. More prisons. Longer sentences. Harsher laws. Every crisis produced the same answer: lock more people up. Now the consequences are impossible to ignore. Over 2 million people incarcerated. Millions more under supervision. Entire communities hollowed out. And a system so large, so expensive, and so damaging that the question is no longer radical. It is unavoidable. Can this system be fixed, or must it be dismantled? What reform means, and what it doesn't. Prison reform is often framed as moderation. Shorter sentences. Better food. Improved healthcare. Reduced solitary confinement. These changes matter. They reduce suffering. They save lives. But critics argue reform has limits. Because reform does not challenge the foundation of mass incarceration, it polishes it. A cleaner cage is still a cage. The reform cycle. American prison reform follows a familiar pattern. Crisis outrage investigation policy tweaks silence. A lawsuit exposes abuse. A report documents failure. A task force recommends change. Then attention fades. The system adapts just enough to survive. Reform becomes containment, not transformation. Sentencing reform, the first crack. One of the most significant reform efforts has targeted sentencing. Mandatory minimums once stripped judges of discretion. 3 strikes laws imposed life sentences for nonviolent crimes. Reforms have rolled back some of these policies. Sentence lengths have declined modestly. Drug laws have softened. Parole eligibility expanded in some states. But the overall structure remains intact. Long sentences still dominate. Life without parole persists. The cage shrinks slightly, but it does not open. Decarceration, fewer people, same logic. Some states have reduced prison populations through early release programs, diversion courts, and alternatives to incarceration. These measures work. Crime does not spike. Communities stabilize. Costs fall. But decarceration often happens at the margins. The core logic, that punishment equals safety, remains unchallenged. And without cultural change, reductions can be reversed overnight. The abolition argument. Prison abolition does not mean opening all prison doors tomorrow. It means something more radical, and more misunderstood. Abolition asks, why do we rely on cages as the primary response to harm? What would safety look like if we invested in prevention, care, and accountability instead of punishment. Abolition is not about absence. It is about replacement. What abolitionists actually propose? Abolitionists advocate for ending life without parole, eliminating solitary confinement, reducing police and prison budgets, investing in mental health care, expanding housing, education, and employment, using restorative and transformative justice. They argue most harm is rooted in unmet needs, not inherent criminality. Prison responds after harm occurs. Abolition focuses on preventing harm in the first place. Restorative justice, accountability without cages. Restorative justice centers victims, offenders, and communities in the aftermath of harm. It emphasizes truth-telling, accountability, repair. Instead of asking what punishment is deserved, it asks, what does healing require? Restorative models have reduced recidivism, increased victim satisfaction, and strengthened communities. They challenge the idea that justice must be violent to be effective. Transformative justice, changing conditions. Transformative justice goes further. It asks not only how to respond to harm, but how to change the conditions that produced it. Poverty, abuse, addiction, marginalization. If these conditions remain, harm will continue, no matter how many prisons exist. Transformation is harder than punishment. It demands investment, patience, and courage. Victims and the fear of change. Opponents of abolition often ask, what about victims? This question matters. Victims deserve safety, validation, and repair. Many want accountability, not endless punishment. Surveys show victims are not monolithic. Some want incarceration. Others want prevention, treatment, and guarantees harm will not recur. The system rarely offers meaningful healing. It offers distance. Violent crime and the hardest question. The hardest challenge for abolition is violent crime. Murder, rape, severe assault. Abolitionists acknowledge this complexity. They argue cages do not heal trauma, deter violence, or rehabilitate effectively. Long-term confinement may be necessary in rare cases, but not as default policy. The goal is minimization, not absolutism. Why reform keeps failing? Reform struggles because prisons serve functions beyond safety. They manage poverty. They warehouse mental illness. They absorb social failure. Prisons are where society sends problems it refuses to solve. Until those problems are addressed, prisons remain politically convenient. The role of fear. Fear sustains mass incarceration. Fear of crime. Fear of the other. Fear of change. Politicians exploit fear to win elections. Media amplifies worst-case scenarios. Fear makes cages feel necessary, even when evidence says otherwise. Who benefits from the status quo? Mass incarceration benefits powerful interests. Private prison corporations. Surveillance companies. Rural prison towns. Political careers built on toughness. Change threatens revenue and power. Resistance is organized. Global comparisons. Other countries use incarceration sparingly. Shorter sentences. Emphasis on rehabilitation. Humane conditions. They experience lower recidivism and safer communities. The U.S. is the outlier, not the model. Can America change? History says yes, but slowly. Slavery ended. Jim Crow fell. Child labor was abolished. Each change was once called impossible. Mass incarceration is not inevitable. It is a choice. The transitional moment. America stands at a crossroads. One path expands surveillance, builds smarter cages, and perfects control. The other path shrinks punishment, invests in people, and reimagines safety. Both futures are being built now. Why this chapter matters? Reform versus abolition is not an academic debate. It determines who lives behind bars. Who grows old in chains. Who is given a chance to change. It defines what justice means in the 21st century. What comes next? In the next chapter, we will return to the beginning. Crime itself. Why people commit it. What prisons misunderstand about it. And how prevention, not punishment, may be the real solution. Because if we do not understand harm, we will keep building cages. Why crime happens, poverty, trauma, and the myths of punishment. The question beneath every cell. Every prison sentence begins with the same assumption. Someone chose crime. The American justice system is built on this belief that crime is the result of bad character, weak morals, or personal failure. Punishment, therefore, is supposed to correct behavior through fear. But decades of research, lived experience, and global comparison tell a different story. Crime is rarely the beginning of the problem. It is the end result. Crime is a symptom, not a disease. Crime does not emerge in a vacuum. It grows where opportunity is scarce, where trauma is common, where institutions fail, and where survival becomes improvisation. Poverty. Abuse. Addiction. Mental illness. Social isolation. These factors appear again and again in the backgrounds of incarcerated people. Prison punishes the symptom. It ignores the disease. The geography of crime. Crime clusters geographically. The same neighborhoods appear repeatedly in arrest data, incarceration rates, and parole maps. This is not coincidence. These communities often share common traits. Underfunded schools. Limited healthcare access. High unemployment. Overpolicing. Housing instability. Crime becomes concentrated where resources are absent, and surveillance is intense. The justice system labels these areas dangerous. It rarely asks why. Poverty and survival crime. A significant portion of crime in America is economic. Theft. Fraud. Drug sales. Property crimes. These are often survival strategies, not expressions of greed. When legal work cannot pay rent, buy food, or provide stability, illegal economies fill the gap. Prison removes people from these communities, but does not replace the resources they lacked. The conditions remain. Childhood trauma and the path to prison. Studies consistently show that incarcerated people have experienced disproportionately high levels of childhood trauma. Physical abuse. Sexual violence. Neglect. Witnessing violence. Trauma alters brain development. It impairs impulse control, emotional regulation, and risk assessment. Children shaped by trauma often struggle in school, encounter disciplinary systems early, and become known to police. What looks like criminal behavior is often untreated trauma expressing itself. The school-to-prison pipeline revisited. Schools are one of the first points of criminalization. Suspensions. Expulsions. School-based arrests. Children labeled troublemakers are removed from educational environments and pushed toward the justice system. Punishment replaces support. Education becomes interruption. Prison becomes predictable. Mental illness and criminalization. Millions of Americans live with untreated mental illness. When services are unavailable, crisis becomes criminal. Public disturbances. Erratic behavior. Self-medication with drugs. Police respond because no one else does. Jails and prisons become mental health institutions of last resort, ill-equipped and overwhelmed. Punishment fills the gap left by care. Addiction as a crime. Addiction is a chronic medical condition. Yet the American system treats it as moral failure. Drug possession. Relapse. Distribution to support use. Incarceration disrupts lives without treating addiction. Release without care leads to relapse. Relapse leads to rearrest. The cycle is labeled recidivism. It is actually untreated illness repeating itself. Violence and cycles of harm. Violent crime is often rooted in earlier violence. Many incarcerated for violent offenses were themselves victims first. Abuse teaches behavior. Exposure normalizes aggression. Survival requires dominance. Violence is learned, and then punished. The system responds at the end of the chain. Not the beginning. The myth of deterrence. The core justification for harsh punishment is deterrence. If penalties are severe enough, crime will stop. But evidence contradicts this belief. Crime rates do not correlate strongly with sentence length. States with harsher penalties do not experience lower crime. Most crimes are impulsive, emotional, or driven by desperation, not rational cost-benefit analysis. Fear does not function as intended. Why prison fails to prevent crime. Prison disrupts lives. Families fracture. Employment prospects collapse. Social bonds weaken. People leave prison with fewer tools than when they entered. Exposure to violence, gangs, and trauma inside prison increases the likelihood of future harm. Prison often creates the conditions for reoffending. Communities absorbing the damage. When large numbers of people are removed from a community, the effects ripple outward. Children grow up without parents. Economic stability erodes. Trust in institutions collapses. Mass incarceration destabilizes neighborhoods. And then blames them for instability. The role of policing. Policing strategies shape crime statistics. Heavily policed neighborhoods generate more arrests, not necessarily more crime. Low-level offenses are enforced aggressively. Minor violations become criminal records. Meanwhile, white-collar crime, often far more financially damaging, is under-prosecuted. Crime is defined by enforcement, not harm. Media and the fear narrative. Media coverage amplifies extreme cases. Violence becomes spectacle. Crime becomes identity. Rare events are treated as typical. Fear spreads faster than facts. Public demand for punishment increases, even as crime declines. Fear drives policy. What actually reduces crime? Research consistently points to effective solutions. Stable housing. Access to healthcare. Quality education. Living wage employment. Trauma-informed care. Community-based intervention. These investments reduce crime far more effectively than incarceration. They address causes, not symptoms. Violence interruption and community solutions. Programs that employ credible messengers, people from affected communities, have successfully reduced violence. Conflict mediation. Youth mentorship. Rapid intervention. These approaches prevent harm before it happens. They do not require cages. The cost comparison. Incarceration is expensive. Housing one person in prison can cost tens of thousands of dollars per year. That same money could fund education, housing assistance, mental health services. Punishment is the most expensive, and least effective, option. Why the myths persist. Punishment feels satisfying. It provides a sense of control. It offers simple answers. It avoids complex solutions. Addressing root causes requires patience, investment, and empathy. Cages are faster. Reframing responsibility. Understanding why crime happens does not excuse harm. Accountability matters. But accountability does not require cruelty. It requires understanding, repair, and prevention. Justice without insight is repetition. The final illusion. America's prison system is built on a promise. That punishment will make society safer. The evidence says otherwise. Safety comes from stability. From care. From opportunity. Prisons respond after failure. Prevention stops failure before it begins. Why this chapter matters. If we misunderstand crime, we misbuild justice. We will keep constructing cages. We will keep expanding surveillance. We will keep recycling suffering. Understanding crime is the first step toward ending mass incarceration. What comes next? In the final chapter, we confront the future. What happens if nothing changes? We will explore where this path leads, technologically, socially, morally, and what kind of society emerges when punishment becomes permanent. Because the future of prisons is not just about prisoners. It is about all of us. The future of punishment, what happens if nothing changes? Standing at the edge. Every system reveals its future by the direction it is already moving. America's prison system is no exception. If nothing changes, no structural reform, no moral reckoning, no shift in how society understands harm, the future of punishment is already visible. It is bigger. It is quieter. It is more technological. And it does not end at prison walls. The expansion without end. Mass incarceration was never designed to stop. It was designed to manage. When one prison fills, another is built. When budgets strain, efficiency replaces care. When public attention fades, punishment deepens. If current trends continue, prisons will not shrink. They will evolve. More beds. More surveillance. More people under control, inside or outside cells. The system does not correct itself. It compounds. From cells to systems. The future prison may not look like a prison at all. Physical incarceration will be reserved for those labeled high risk. Everyone else will exist under layers of digital control. Electronic monitoring. Predictive supervision. Automated compliance checks. Freedom will become conditional participation in a monitored society. The cage will dissolve into infrastructure. Permanent supervision. In the future of punishment, sentences may never truly end. Risk scores follow people for life. Records remain searchable forever. Surveillance never forgets. Even decades after release, former prisoners will be flagged, tracked, and categorized. Redemption will be theoretical. Suspicion will be permanent. Children born into surveillance. If nothing changes, the next generation will grow up watched. Children in heavily policed neighborhoods already experience surveillance as normal. Cameras, school discipline software, predictive analytics. A childhood mistake becomes a data point. A data point becomes a risk profile. Punishment begins before crime. The new underclass. A permanent underclass will solidify. People locked out of employment. Locked out of housing. Locked out of political participation. Not because of current behavior, but because of past records. The prison sentence will become a lifelong social category. Citizenship will fragment. Prisons as warehouses of the forgotten. Physical prisons will increasingly hold those society has fully abandoned. The mentally ill. The elderly. The chronically poor. Facilities will resemble warehouses more than institutions. Care will be minimal. Hope will be irrelevant. Incarceration will become social storage. Economic incentives to punish. Punishment will remain profitable. Surveillance companies. Data brokers. Monitoring contractors. Private healthcare vendors. An entire economy will depend on controlled populations. When punishment generates revenue, reform becomes a threat. Profit resists mercy. Normalization of extreme control. What once shocked will become routine. Solitary confinement rebranded. Surveillance reframed as safety. Algorithmic decisions accepted as neutral. The public will adjust. Control will feel ordinary. Fear as policy. Fear will continue to justify expansion. Isolated crimes amplified. Worst-case scenarios repeated. Politicians rewarded for toughness. Fear simplifies complex problems. It sells punishment as protection. Democracy under strain. Mass punishment weakens democracy. Millions barred from voting. Communities politically diluted. Trust in institutions eroded. A society that governs through cages governs through exclusion. Participation shrinks. Control expands. The moral cost. The greatest cost of inaction is not financial. It is moral. A society that accepts permanent punishment accepts permanent suffering. It accepts that some lives are disposable. That some people are beyond redemption. This belief reshapes everything. History's judgment. Future generations will ask questions. Why were so many locked away? Why were alternatives ignored? Why was harm answered with harm? History does not forget systems that punish without end. The fork in the road. The future is not inevitable. It is a choice. One path perfects punishment, smarter cages, invisible walls, endless supervision. The other path reduces harm by addressing its causes, restoring dignity, and investing in people rather than control. Both futures are being built now. What change requires? Change is not a single policy. It is a shift in values. From fear to evidence. From punishment to prevention. From control to care. It requires courage, because mercy is politically risky. But cruelty has already failed. The final question. At the heart of America's prison system lies a question that cannot be avoided. What do we believe about human beings? That they are fixed and dangerous? Or capable of growth and repair? The answer determines everything. Why this documentary exists. This series is not about criminals. It is about systems. Systems that shape lives. Systems that reflect values. Systems that can change, if people demand it. Prisons are not inevitable. They are built. And what is built can be unbuilt. The end is a beginning. If nothing changes, the future is clear. More control. Less freedom. Permanent punishment. But if understanding replaces fear, if evidence replaces myth, if humanity replaces habit, the story can end differently. Not with silence behind walls, but with fewer walls at all. After the gates close, voices, survival, and the meaning of justice. When the cameras turn off. When documentaries end, prisons do not. The steel doors still close. The lights still hum. The counts still happen. But beyond statistics, beyond policy debates, beyond ideology, there are voices, often unheard, often dismissed, that carry the truth of what incarceration does to human beings. This chapter is not about systems alone. It is about survival. The voice of the cell. For those who have lived inside, prison is not an abstract concept. It is smell. It is noise. It is tension that never sleeps. Formerly incarcerated people describe learning to read silence, how quiet can mean safety or danger. They describe sleeping lightly for years, even after release, because the body never forgot the threat. Prison rewires instinct. Long after freedom, the mind still lives inside. What prison takes that it never returns? Prison takes time. Not just years, but moments. First kisses missed. Funerals unattended. Children grown into strangers. No sentence calculation can restore these losses. Time is the only currency prison never refunds. Identity after incarceration. Release does not restore identity. Many leave prison unsure who they are without a number, a schedule, a command. Freedom requires choices. Choices feel dangerous. Some former prisoners describe standing in grocery stores overwhelmed by options. Others avoid crowds, avoid eye contact, avoid noise. Prison trains obedience. Life requires agency. The transition is brutal. The stigma that follows. A criminal record is not a document. It is a shadow. It follows job applications. It follows housing searches. It follows social interactions. Even after decades of law-abiding life, the label remains. Society demands change, but refuses to acknowledge it. Redemption becomes conditional on forgetting. And forgetting is not allowed. Families who served sentences too. Families do time alongside prisoners. Parents age while children are gone. Children grow without parents. Partners live suspended lives. Visiting rooms become the geography of love, plastic chairs, timed embraces, watched moments. Release reunites bodies. It does not erase years of separation. Families must learn each other again. The children who remember. Children of incarcerated parents carry quiet trauma. They learn early that absence can be permanent. They learn to explain empty chairs. They learn that authority can take people away. These children are statistically more likely to encounter the justice system themselves. Not because of destiny. Because of damage. Survivors of violence inside. Many leave prison carrying memories they never speak aloud. Stabbings witnessed. Assaults survived. Deaths normalized. Violence inside prison does not stay inside. It surfaces later, in relationships, in anger, in fear. Silence becomes armor. Those who changed, and were never seen. Some people leave prison transformed. They study. They mentor. They heal. They become counselors, advocates, parents, neighbors. But these stories rarely lead headlines. Change does not fit fear-based narratives. Failure does. The ones who never left. For every person who walks out, many never do. They die inside. Of illness. Of violence. Of despair. Their names disappear into records. Their lives reduced to case numbers. This chapter stands for them too. What justice meant to them. Ask incarcerated people what justice means, and few describe revenge. They speak of fairness. Being heard. Being treated as human. Not being discarded. Justice, to them, was never about avoiding accountability. It was about not being erased. Guards, too, carry stories. Some correctional officers leave the job broken. They remember faces. They remember screams. They remember moments when policy overrode humanity. Many say the job changed how they see people, sometimes forever. Prison harms everyone it touches. Communities that refuse to give up. Across the country, communities have built alternatives quietly. Mentorship programs. Restorative justice circles. Violence interruption initiatives. Reentry support networks. These programs work, not perfectly, but meaningfully. They do not rely on fear. They rely on relationship. What real safety looks like. Safety is not silence enforced by threat. Safety is stability. Safety is housing. Safety is healthcare. Safety is dignity. Prisons promise safety through isolation. Communities build safety through connection. The question survivors ask society. Those who survived incarceration ask a simple question. What did my suffering accomplish? Did it heal anyone? Did it prevent harm? Did it make society safer? Often, the answer is silence. And silence is not justification. The meaning of accountability. Accountability does not require endless punishment. It requires responsibility, repair, and prevention. It requires systems that respond to harm without reproducing it. Survivors know this. They live the alternative. Why ending mass incarceration is possible. Mass incarceration is not ancient tradition. It is modern policy. It expanded rapidly, and can contract the same way. Other nations have done it. Some states are doing it now. What was built in fear can be dismantled with courage. What this story leaves behind. This documentary does not offer easy answers. It offers clarity. That punishment alone does not heal. That cages do not solve trauma. That safety built on suffering is fragile. And that a different future is not naive. It is necessary. The final voice. If there is one truth carried by those who survived prison, it is this. People are more than the worst thing they have ever done. A system that forgets this will always fail. A society that remembers it can still change. Closing reflection. The gates will close tonight. But the question remains open. What kind of justice do we want? What kind of society are we building? And who do we believe is worth saving? The last lock, what we choose to remember. After everything has been said. When the final door closes, when the last count is taken, when the noise fades into routine silence, one thing remains. Memory. Prison systems are built to erase individuality. Numbers replace names. Rules replace stories. But memory resists erasure. This chapter is about what survives after punishment ends, or never ends at all. It is about what we choose to remember. What prisons teach a nation. Prisons are not hidden institutions. They are mirrors. They show what a society fears. They show who a society abandons. They show how power is exercised when no one is watching. The American prison system teaches a lesson every day. That control is easier than care. That punishment is faster than prevention. That suffering can be normalized if it is far enough away. These lessons do not stay inside the walls. They leak into everything. Normalization of the unthinkable. There was a time when mass incarceration would have shocked the nation. Solitary confinement for years. Children tried as adults. Elderly people dying in chains. Now these realities are discussed as logistics. Bed space. Risk management. Cost efficiency. When suffering becomes administrative, moral urgency disappears. That is how systems endure. The language that hides harm. Pay attention to the language. Inmate management. Correctional outcomes. Risk mitigation. Language drains pain of meaning. A man isolated for a decade becomes a security concern. A mother separated from her child becomes a custodial issue. Words soften violence. And when violence sounds technical, it feels justified. Who gets remembered, and who doesn't? Some crimes are remembered forever. Others vanish. White-collar theft. Environmental harm. Corporate negligence. These rarely result in cages. Meanwhile, survival crimes commit people to decades of confinement. Prison memory is selective. It remembers poverty vividly. It forgets power entirely. The people who disappear quietly. There are no documentaries about most prisoners. No cameras for the man who dies alone in a segregation cell. No headlines for the woman who loses custody forever. No memorials for those released broken and unheard. Their disappearance is quiet by design. Silence protects the system. What prison does to time. Time inside prison behaves differently. Minutes stretch. Years compress. Life events pass without acknowledgement. People enter young and exit old, or not at all. Society counts sentences. Prisoners count losses. The lie of finality. Prison promises closure. A sentence served. A debt paid. A chapter closed. But punishment does not end harm. It redistributes it. Families carry it. Communities absorb it. Children inherit it. There is no clean ending. Only continuation. The choice that comes after awareness. This documentary is not neutral. Awareness changes responsibility. Once a system is seen clearly, inaction becomes a decision, not ignorance. Every budget. Every policy. Every election. Each is a choice about what kind of justice survives. The two futures, revisited. One future perfects punishment. Smarter surveillance. Invisible cages. Permanent suspicion. The other future reduces harm. Fewer prisons. More support. Accountability without destruction. Both futures are being built simultaneously. The difference is intention. What ending mass incarceration actually requires. Not slogans. Not outrage cycles. But sustained commitment. Funding communities instead of cages. Treating addiction as health, not crime. Ending punishment that has no exit. Believing change is real, even when fear says otherwise. Ending mass incarceration is not emotional. It is practical. The courage to let go of punishment. Punishment feels powerful. It creates distance. It assigns blame. It ends conversation. Care requires courage. It requires staying present with complexity. It requires accepting risk. It requires believing prevention is possible. Care is harder. That is why it is rare. What survivors want us to know. Those who survived prison rarely ask for pity. They ask for recognition. That they were human then. That they are human now. That harm did not define them completely. They want the world to know. Punishment did not fix what broke them. Connection did. What this documentary leaves you with. Not guilt. Responsibility. Responsibility to question fear-based policies. Responsibility to resist dehumanization. Responsibility to remember those the system forgets. Memory is an act of resistance. The final lock. Prisons are built with locks to keep people in. But the most powerful lock is belief. The belief that cages are inevitable. The belief that some people cannot change. The belief that safety requires suffering. These beliefs can be unlocked. They always have been. If this is the end, let it be a beginning. If this documentary ends here, let it end honestly. With the knowledge that justice is not static. That punishment is not destiny. That systems built by humans can be dismantled by humans. The last lock is not steel. It is choice. Final reflection. History will not ask how many prisons we built. It will ask why. It will ask who we protected, who we abandoned, and who we believed was worth saving. The answer is still being written. Beyond the cage, what real justice could look like. After the system ends, something must begin. If prisons were tomorrow reduced to half their size. If sentences were shortened. If solitary confinement were ended. One question would remain. What replaces the cage? Justice cannot exist as a vacuum. When punishment recedes, something else must rise to meet harm, accountability, fear, and pain. This chapter is not theoretical. It is practical. It is about what already exists, and what could exist at scale, if society chose repair over retribution. The false choice between safety and humanity. The prison system survives on a lie. That society must choose between safety and compassion. This framing is powerful, and wrong. The safest communities in the world are not the most punitive. They are the most supported. They invest upstream, before harm metastasizes. Real justice does not ask, how much can we punish? It asks, how do we prevent this from happening again? Accountability without destruction. Accountability is not optional. Harm demands response. Victims deserve recognition. Communities need repair. But accountability does not require exile. In fact, exile often prevents accountability, by severing connection, responsibility, and repair. True accountability requires presence. Facing the harm. Acknowledging impact. Making amends. Prisons remove people from the very relationships where accountability is possible. Restorative justice in practice. Restorative justice is not forgiveness. It is confrontation. Without violence. In restorative processes, victims describe harm in their own words. Those who caused harm must listen. Responsibility is explicit. Repair is negotiated, not imposed. These processes are emotionally demanding. They require honesty and courage. And they work. Participants report higher satisfaction, lower reoffending, and deeper closure than traditional punishment provides. When victims are actually centered. The criminal legal system claims to serve victims. In reality, victims are sidelined. Cases become state versus defendant. Victims become witnesses. Their needs are secondary to conviction rates. Restorative models reverse this. Victims define what justice means to them. They choose participation. They retain control. For many, justice is not a sentence length. It is acknowledgement. Violence interruption, stopping harm before it happens. Some of the most effective justice work happens before any crime occurs. Violence interruption programs employ trained community members, often with lived experience, to mediate conflicts before they escalate. These programs identify brewing conflicts, intervene in real time, support at-risk individuals, reduce retaliatory violence. Cities using these models have seen significant drops in shootings. No cages required. Mental health as public safety. A large portion of what the justice system responds to is untreated mental illness. Crisis becomes criminal because care is absent. Real justice invests in mobile crisis response teams, community mental health clinics, long-term treatment access, trauma-informed care. When care exists, police and prisons are no longer default responders. The system shrinks naturally. Addiction treated as health, not crime. Addiction-driven crime collapses when treatment is accessible. Housing-first models. Medication-assisted treatment. Peer recovery networks. These approaches reduce crime, overdose, and incarceration simultaneously. Punishment interrupts addiction temporarily. Treatment ends it. Housing as crime prevention. Stable housing is one of the strongest predictors of reduced crime. People with a place to sleep commit fewer offenses. Families with housing stability avoid system contact. Communities with affordable housing experience lower violence. Housing is not charity. It is infrastructure for safety. Education and opportunity as justice. Crime thrives where opportunity is absent. Education access, job training, and living wage employment do more to reduce incarceration than any sentencing reform. Justice that ignores opportunity guarantees repetition. Justice that invests in it prevents harm at scale. What happens when people are given a chance? Programs that focus on rehabilitation, not punishment, show remarkable outcomes. People respond to dignity. When treated as capable of change, many change. This is not naive. It is documented. What about the hard cases? There will always be harm that feels impossible to respond to without confinement. Some individuals may require long-term separation for safety. But these cases are rare. They should not define the system. A society that builds its entire justice model around its most extreme cases ends up punishing everyone. Why we keep choosing prisons? Prisons persist because they are familiar. They simplify complex problems. They offer emotional closure. They promise certainty in an uncertain world. But familiarity is not effectiveness. And certainty built on suffering is fragile. The shift is already happening. Across the country, and the world, communities are quietly replacing punishment with prevention. Not perfectly. Not universally. But effectively. The future is not speculative. It is already underway. What real justice asks of us? Real justice is demanding. It requires patience instead of vengeance. Investment instead of abandonment. Courage instead of fear. It asks us to stay present with harm instead of outsourcing it to cages. Why this chapter matters. If prisons disappear tomorrow without replacement, harm would not vanish. But if alternatives grow while prisons shrink, something else happens. Violence declines. Communities stabilize. Cycles break. Justice becomes something people experience, not something imposed. The choice that remains. The question is no longer whether alternatives exist. They do. The question is whether society is willing to choose them. Because cages are easy. Care is hard. And the future will be shaped by whichever we invest in. Looking forward. This documentary has shown what punishment looks like. What it costs. Who it harms. Why it fails. This chapter shows what is possible instead. Not perfection. But progress. Final thought. A society is judged not by how it punishes, but by how it prevents harm, repairs damage, and restores dignity. Prisons tell us who we fear. Justice tells us who we believe in. The closing statement. What we do after we know. When the story ends, but the responsibility begins. Every documentary ends. Prisons do not. When the screen fades to black, the doors still close. The lights still buzz. The numbers are still called. But something has changed. You know now. And knowledge carries weight. This final chapter is not a summary. It is not a conclusion. It is a reckoning. What you've seen cannot be unseen. You have walked through Supermax isolation. You have stood on violent yards. You have waited on death row. You have aged behind bars. You have followed punishment beyond prison walls. These were not exceptions. They were design choices. The American prison system did not drift into this reality. It was built, law by law, policy by policy, fear by fear. And what is built can be unbuilt. The myth that still holds everything together. At the center of mass incarceration is one belief. That punishment creates safety. This belief survives despite evidence to the contrary. Despite generations of harm. Despite billions spent. It survives because it is emotionally satisfying. Punishment feels decisive. Care feels uncertain. But certainty built on suffering is fragile and temporary. The quiet question no one asks. There is a question prisons never answer. When is enough enough? How many years erase harm? How much suffering produces healing? How many lives must be broken to feel secure? Prisons measure time. They never measure repair. The people we were taught to fear. Throughout this documentary, one truth keeps returning. Most people in prison are not monsters. They are damaged. They are poor. They are traumatized. They are untreated. This does not erase harm. But it explains it. And explanation is the beginning of prevention. What fear has cost us? Fear has shaped every expansion of incarceration. Fear of crime. Fear of the other. Fear of complexity. Fear built cages faster than schools. Fear funded punishment instead of care. Fear turned suffering into policy. And fear is expensive. Not just financially, but morally. The invisible sentence we all share. Mass incarceration does not only punish prisoners. It reshapes society. It teaches children that disappearance is normal. It teaches communities that help arrives as handcuffs. It teaches authority that control is superior to care. When cages become normal, freedom becomes conditional. For everyone. What history will ask about this era? Future generations will study this moment. They will see the data. They will read the court cases. They will hear the survivor voices. And they will ask, why did it take so long to change? Why was suffering accepted as necessary? Why were alternatives ignored when they clearly worked? History does not ask if a system was legal. It asks if it was just. The difference between knowing and acting. Awareness is not action. Millions know prisons are broken. Fewer are willing to change them. Because action costs something. It costs political comfort. It costs familiar narratives. It costs the illusion of easy solutions. But inaction costs more. It costs lives. What change actually looks like. Change does not arrive as a single law. It arrives as accumulation. Ending sentences with no exit. Investing in mental health before crisis. Treating addiction as health, not crime. Funding housing as public safety. Centering victims without destroying lives. Shrinking prisons while strengthening communities. None of this is radical. It is evidence-based. The people already doing the work. Across the country, people are already building something else. Formerly incarcerated mentors. Victims choosing restoration over revenge. Communities interrupting violence without police. Judges rejecting automatic punishment. These efforts do not make headlines. But they make change. What justice asks of us now? Justice does not ask for perfection. It asks for honesty. Honesty about what works. Honesty about what harms. Honesty about who we are willing to abandon. Justice asks whether we are brave enough to let go of systems that feel powerful but fail repeatedly. The hard truth. Prisons did not make America safe. They made America accustomed to suffering. They trained us to look away. To accept isolation as solution. To call despair correction. That training can be undone. But only if it is questioned. This is where the choice lies. Not in courtrooms alone. Not in prisons alone. But in budgets. Ballots. Conversations. Silence. Every choice either feeds the cage or starves it. If this documentary leaves you with one thing, let it be this. People are not fixed at their worst moment. And any system built on that assumption will always fail. The final reflection. Justice is not measured by how harshly we punish. It is measured by how little punishment we need. By how much harm we prevent. By how many lives we repair. By how many futures remain possible. The door is not locked forever. But it will not open on its own. End credits, but not the end. The names will roll. The music will fade. The screen will go dark. But the story continues, outside the frame. What happens next is not up to the system. It is up to us. Epilogue: after punishment, the world we leave behind. When the system is finally quiet. Imagine a moment of silence. Not the silence of solitary confinement. Not the silence of fear. Not the silence imposed by steel doors. But the silence that comes after understanding. That is where this chapter lives. Not inside a prison. Not inside a courtroom. But in the space that opens when a society finally asks itself what it has been doing, and why. Punishment as a habit, not a necessity. For generations, punishment became routine. Not because it worked. Not because it healed. But because it was familiar. Cages replaced conversations. Sentences replaced solutions. Control replaced care. Over time, punishment stopped being a response. It became a reflex. This documentary exists to interrupt that reflex. What the system never learned. The American prison system mastered many things. How to isolate. How to control. How to surveil. How to warehouse suffering. But it never learned the one lesson that matters most. Harm cannot be healed by repeating it. Every chapter you've seen points to this truth. Violence answered with violence multiplies. Trauma punished deepens. Despair ignored spreads. The system failed not because it was underfunded. It failed because it was misdesigned. The illusion of closure. Prisons promise closure. A sentence served. A case closed. A number reduced. But harm does not close neatly. Victims carry it. Families carry it. Communities carry it. Prison moves pain out of sight. It does not resolve it. The cost we rarely calculate. We measure incarceration in dollars, years, and bed counts. But the real costs are quieter. Children growing up without parents. Communities stripped of stability. Generations learning that force equals order. People taught that they are disposable. These costs do not appear in budgets. They appear in futures that never arrive. What survives every prison sentence? Even in the most extreme conditions, something survives. Not the system. Not the rules. Humanity. People adapt. People resist. People care for one another in places designed to erase care. This is not romantic. It is evidence. Evidence that people are more than what the system labels them. The question that echoes after the end. After all the chapters. After all the stories. After all the evidence. One question remains. What kind of society do we want to be remembered as? One that perfected punishment? Or one that learned when to let it go? If nothing changes, this story repeats. Without intervention, the future is predictable. More surveillance. More control. More people managed instead of helped. Technology will make punishment quieter, but not kinder. The cage will become invisible. And invisibility will make resistance harder. If something changes, everything changes. But change is possible. History proves this. Systems once seen as permanent have collapsed before. Debtors' prisons. Child labor. Legal segregation. They fell not because they were inefficient. They fell because they were wrong. Mass incarceration belongs in that category. What ending this system actually requires? Not perfection. Not purity. But persistence. It requires choosing prevention over punishment, even when fear demands otherwise. It requires funding care even when control feels easier. It requires seeing people not as risks, but as responsibilities. This is not idealism. It is realism informed by evidence. The role of the viewer. Watching this documentary is not neutral. It places you inside the story. You now carry knowledge about conditions, consequences, and alternatives. What you do with that knowledge matters. Silence sustains systems. Conversation weakens them. Action dismantles them. What justice looks like at the end of the road. Justice is not loud. It does not require uniforms or walls. Justice looks like fewer people disappearing, fewer families fractured, fewer children inheriting cages, fewer lives defined by their worst moment. Justice looks like prevention working so well that punishment becomes rare. The last truth. Prisons taught us how to lock people away. This era must teach us when to stop. Not because people are perfect, but because punishment without limit is failure without accountability. Final words. This documentary does not ask you to feel sorry. It asks you to see clearly. To recognize that mass incarceration was a choice. That its continuation is a choice. And that its end will also be a choice. The future is not written by walls. It is written by decisions. End of the story, beginning of responsibility. If this is the final chapter, let it be a beginning. A beginning where fewer stories like these need to be told. Because the most powerful documentary is not the one that exposes suffering, but the one that helps make it unnecessary. What remains? Memory, responsibility, and the long road forward. After the epilogue. Most stories end with closure. This one cannot. Because mass incarceration did not end with a single law, a single election, or a single revelation. It grew slowly, normalized year after year, until it felt permanent. What remains now is not an ending. It is a responsibility. When systems outlive their justifications. Every system begins with a rationale. Public safety. Order. Protection. Over time, that rationale erodes, but the system remains. It develops inertia. Jobs depend on it. Budgets orbit it. Fear defends it. Eventually, the system no longer exists because it works. It exists because it already exists. That is where American incarceration stands today. The danger of after. The word after is comforting. After prison reform. After awareness. After change. But history shows that injustice rarely ends cleanly. It fades unevenly. It retreats in one place and reappears in another. It rebrands. If prisons shrink but surveillance expands, control has not ended. It has migrated. What happens to a society that punishes too much? A society that relies on punishment eventually loses other skills. It forgets how to listen. It forgets how to mediate conflict. It forgets how to heal. Every disagreement becomes enforcement. Every failure becomes a violation. Over time, force replaces imagination. That damage does not stay inside prisons. It reshapes culture. The memory we try to avoid. Nations prefer amnesia. It is easier to move forward without looking back. But unexamined systems return, often harsher than before. The memory of mass incarceration must be preserved honestly. Not as necessity. Not as inevitability. But as warning. Because forgetting invites repetition. The people history usually loses. History books often remember laws, presidents, and court rulings. They forget. The men who learned to read in a cell at 47. The woman who lost her children while serving a short sentence. The teenager who entered prison angry and left numb. The family that never recovered. These lives are not footnotes. They are the cost. Why responsibility does not expire. It is tempting to believe responsibility belongs only to lawmakers or institutions. It does not. Systems endure because they are tolerated. Through silence. Through indifference. Through resignation. Responsibility is collective, not because everyone caused harm, but because everyone lives with the consequences. The myth of neutrality. There is no neutral position on mass incarceration. Support is active. Opposition is active. Silence is active. Every choice either reinforces the system or weakens it. Neutrality is how harm becomes ordinary. What justice requires in the long term. Justice is not a destination. It is maintenance. It requires constant reassessment. Who is being harmed? Who is being protected? Who is being ignored? A justice system that cannot ask these questions regularly will drift toward cruelty, even with good intentions. The slow work that never goes viral. The most important work rarely trends. It happens quietly. A judge choosing mercy over habit. A school replacing suspension with support. A city funding treatment instead of cells. A community refusing to abandon its own. This work does not feel dramatic. It feels incremental. That is how real change survives. Why backlash is inevitable. Every reduction in punishment triggers fear. A single crime will be used to justify reversal. An isolated failure will be amplified. This backlash is predictable. Ending mass incarceration requires stamina, not outrage. Systems collapse slowly. They return quickly if vigilance fades. The future will test what we learned. The next crisis will come. Economic collapse. Political instability. Social unrest. In those moments, the temptation will return. Lock more people up. Expand surveillance. Trade rights for reassurance. What we learned here will be tested, not in calm times, but in chaos. What it means to actually move forward. Moving forward does not mean pretending prisons never existed. It means acknowledging them fully. Teaching their history. Documenting their harm. Listening to survivors. Truth is not punishment. It is prevention. The final responsibility. This documentary ends here. But the story does not. It continues in policies passed quietly. In budgets approved without debate. In jokes told about prisoners. In assumptions made about who is dangerous. Responsibility lives in the ordinary. If one principle survives, let it be this. No system that depends on dehumanization can produce justice. It can only produce compliance. Justice requires recognition of harm, of humanity, of possibility. Closing reflection. Prisons taught society how to disappear people. The future must teach society how to stop needing to. Not through denial. Not through forgetting. But through courage. The kind that chooses repair when punishment feels easier. The long road forward. There is no final chapter to justice. Only ongoing work. And the question that will outlive every policy. Unlearning means abandoning the fantasy of the bad person and replacing it with a more uncomfortable truth. Most harm is committed by people shaped by harm. Why unlearning feels like weakness. Punishment feels strong. It draws clear lines. It ends conversation. It avoids uncertainty. Care feels risky. It requires patience. It invites complexity. It acknowledges uncertainty. Punitive cultures mistake rigidity for strength. Unlearning requires redefining strength, not as dominance, but as responsibility. Accountability without erasure. One of the hardest unlearning steps is realizing that accountability does not require destruction. Punitive thinking insists. If someone is held accountable, they must suffer. But real accountability involves facing harm directly, taking responsibility, repairing damage, changing behavior. Prisons often block accountability by removing people from the very communities they harmed. Unlearning means separating accountability from annihilation. The role of community in unlearning. Punishment isolates. Unlearning reconnects. Communities that practice mediation, restorative justice, and mutual aid rebuild social muscles that prisons weaken. People learn how to resolve conflict without force, support without enabling harm, intervene before violence escalates. These skills do not come from policy. They come from practice. Why unlearning is uneven and uncomfortable. Unlearning is not linear. People resist it. Institutions resist it. Backlash is guaranteed. Punitive systems feel stable, even when they fail. Alternatives feel fragile, especially at first. Unlearning requires tolerating discomfort without retreating to habit. The generational divide in unlearning. Older generations were trained in punitive logic during eras of fear-driven policy. Younger generations encounter that logic as inherited damage. This creates tension. But it also creates opportunity. Unlearning accelerates when generations talk honestly, without defensiveness. The economic unlearning. Punitive systems are expensive. Prisons. Surveillance. Enforcement. Unlearning includes recognizing opportunity cost. Every dollar spent on punishment is a dollar not spent on prevention. Housing. Healthcare. Education. Unlearning requires asking not, can we afford alternatives, but why do we keep funding failure? The political courage to unlearn. Politicians fear being labeled soft on crime. Punitive culture weaponizes fear. Unlearning at the political level requires courage, the willingness to lose short-term approval for long-term outcomes. History rarely rewards courage immediately. It does reward it eventually. Unlearning at the institutional level. Institutions are slow to unlearn. They are designed for consistency, not reflection. But change begins when institutions collect honest data. Listen to impacted communities. Pilot alternatives. Admit failure publicly. Transparency is the enemy of punitive myth. The role of formerly incarcerated voices. No one understands punitive failure better than those who survived it. Their insight is essential. Unlearning accelerates when lived experience is centered, not marginalized. Silencing survivors preserves punishment. Listening dismantles it. The myth that we've always done it this way. Punitive culture loves tradition. But mass incarceration is historically recent. Its scale is new. Its severity is new. Its permanence is new. Unlearning includes historical honesty. What was built recently can be dismantled deliberately. The emotional labor of letting go. Unlearning punishment involves grief. Grief for harm that was never healed. Grief for years lost to cages. Grief for solutions delayed by fear. Grief is not weakness. It is acknowledgement. And acknowledgement is prerequisite to change. Practicing the new reflex. Unlearning is not passive. It requires practice. When harm occurs, ask. What caused this? What will prevent it from happening again? Who needs support? Every time society chooses repair over reaction, punitive thinking weakens. Why unlearning takes time, but works. Punitive logic took decades to normalize. Unlearning will take time too. But evidence shows. Communities using alternatives experience less violence. Restorative systems reduce repeat harm. Prevention outperforms punishment. Unlearning is not idealism. It is evidence-based evolution. The turning point. Every system reaches a moment when belief erodes. When people stop pretending it works. When alternatives feel less risky than continuation. Mass incarceration is approaching that moment. Unlearning is how societies cross it. Why this chapter matters. No law can save a society still thinking in cages. No reform can succeed if punishment remains reflex. Unlearning is the foundation of everything that follows. Without it, prisons shrink in name, but grow in spirit. What comes next? In the final chapter, we step back and ask the ultimate question. What does justice look like when punishment is no longer the center of the story? Not as theory. Not as hope alone. But as a lived possibility. After the cage, imagining justice without punishment. When the center no longer holds. For centuries, punishment sat at the center of justice. Not truth. Not repair. Not prevention. Punishment. Every legal system revolved around it. Every response to harm bent toward it. Every failure defaulted to it. This chapter begins where that center collapses. Not because harm disappears. Not because people become perfect. But because society finally accepts a difficult truth. Punishment is not the same thing as justice. The end of the old question. For generations, the dominant question was simple. What punishment does this person deserve? It shaped courts. It shaped prisons. It shaped entire cultures. A justice system without punishment asks a different, and far more demanding, question. What will actually make this less likely to happen again? This question does not seek vengeance. It seeks outcomes. And outcomes change everything. Justice without the theater of suffering. Punishment is performative. It reassures the public. It signals authority. It satisfies anger. But it rarely delivers safety. A justice system without punishment abandons the theater. There are no spectacles of suffering. No symbolic harshness. No moral posturing. Only work. Quiet, unglamorous, effective work. What remains when punishment is removed? When punishment is no longer the default, three responsibilities rush in to fill the vacuum. Prevention. Repair. Transformation. Each is harder than punishment. Each is more effective. Prevention as the first line of justice. Justice without punishment begins long before harm occurs. It invests in stable housing, mental health care, addiction treatment, education and employment, community-based conflict resolution. This is not charity. It is public safety at its most efficient. Every prevented harm is justice accomplished quietly. Repair instead of revenge. When harm does occur, justice without punishment asks, who was hurt? What do they need to heal? Who caused the harm? What must they do to repair it? Repair is not passive. It requires acknowledgement. It requires accountability. It requires effort. But it does not require destruction. Accountability reimagined. In a punishment-based system, accountability means suffering. In a justice-based system, accountability means responsibility. Responsibility to face the impact of one's actions. Make restitution where possible. Change behavior. Remain connected to the community rather than exiled from it. Accountability becomes active participation, not passive endurance. What happens to the dangerous cases? The hardest question always returns. What about people who cause severe harm? Justice without punishment does not pretend this question is simple. Some individuals may require separation for safety, especially in moments of crisis. But separation is not revenge. It is not abandonment. It is not permanent by default. It is combined with intensive treatment, ongoing assessment, clear pathways back to community. Containment becomes temporary and purposeful, not endless and symbolic. The death of the irredeemable myth. Punitive systems rely on the idea that some people cannot change. Justice without punishment rejects this myth, not naively, but empirically. Human behavior is not static. Brains change. Trauma heals. Skills develop. Change is not guaranteed. But it is possible far more often than punishment-based systems admit. What justice without punishment looks like day to day. It looks quieter than prison. More meetings than sentences. More counselors than guards. More plans than verdicts. It looks like mental health responders instead of armed patrols. Mediation instead of escalation. Support plans instead of supervision traps. Long-term investment instead of short-term spectacle. It looks boring. And that is why it works. The redefinition of safety. Safety in a punitive society means control. Safety in a justice-centered society means stability. Stable housing reduces crime. Stable income reduces desperation. Stable relationships reduce violence. Justice without punishment understands that safety is not enforced, it is built. The emotional challenge of letting go. Punishment gives emotional closure, even when it fails practically. Justice without punishment requires sitting with unresolved pain. It requires patience. It requires humility. It requires resisting the urge to make someone pay. This is emotionally harder. Which is why punishment lasted so long. Why this model feels threatening. Justice without punishment threatens. Political careers built on fear. Industries built on confinement. Cultural narratives built on blame. It removes the simple villain. And without villains, society must confront itself. What history shows us. Every major shift in justice felt impossible before it happened. Ending torture. Ending public executions. Ending debtors' prisons. Each system once felt necessary. Each was later recognized as cruelty mistaken for order. Mass incarceration will join that list. The role of imagination in justice. No justice system changes without imagination. Before policies change, people must imagine something else working. This chapter is not a blueprint. It is an opening. An invitation to imagine safety without cages. Accountability without annihilation. Justice without cruelty. Imagination is not soft. It is the beginning of transformation. What a society gains. When punishment is no longer central, society gains. Fewer broken families. Fewer traumatized communities. Fewer lives defined by worst moments. More resources for prevention. More legitimacy for justice itself. Justice becomes something people trust, not fear. The final transformation. The greatest change is not institutional. It is moral. A society that moves beyond punishment learns to ask, what do we owe one another? What conditions did we create? What must we repair together? These questions mature a civilization. The end of the cage is not the end of responsibility. Justice without punishment does not mean ignoring harm. It means responding to harm with seriousness rather than spectacle. It means fewer slogans and more work. It means less certainty and more care. The final truth. Prisons taught society how to punish efficiently. They never taught it how to heal. That lesson must be learned now. Not all at once. Not perfectly. But deliberately. Closing reflection. If justice is meant to protect the future, not avenge the past, then punishment cannot remain its foundation. The cage was never the answer. It was the shortcut. And shortcuts always cost more in the end. The last line. A society is not judged by how hard it can punish. It is judged by how little punishment it needs. After justice, what kind of people we become. When the system is gone, but the questions remain. If prisons one day stand empty. If punishment no longer defines justice. If cages fade into history. Something else will still remain. Us. Systems shape people long after they disappear. Slavery ended, but its logic lingered. Segregation fell, but its shadows persisted. Mass incarceration, even if dismantled, will leave behind habits of thought, reflexes of fear, and moral scars. This chapter is not about policy. It is about who we become after the system that shaped us is gone. The psychological aftermath of a punitive era. Punitive societies do not disappear cleanly. They leave behind suspicion instead of trust. Control instead of care. Judgment instead of curiosity. Even without prisons, people may still think in cages. They may still believe mistakes deserve exile. They may still fear difference. They may still confuse harm with identity. Justice reform without cultural healing risks rebuilding the same system under a new name. What punishment taught us about each other? Punishment trained society to sort people quickly. Good versus bad. Us versus them. Deserving versus disposable. This sorting simplified the world, but distorted it. After punishment, society must relearn complexity. That people are contradictory. That harm and humanity coexist. That accountability and compassion are not opposites. This relearning is uncomfortable. But it is essential. The challenge of living without villains. Punitive systems rely on villains. They give anger a target. They give fear a face. They give grief a direction. Without villains, society must face harder truths. That harm often grows from neglect. That violence is frequently learned. That injustice is often structural, not personal. Living without villains requires maturity. It demands responsibility instead of projection. Forgiveness is not the point, but it will appear. Justice without punishment does not require forgiveness. No one is obligated to forgive harm. But something unexpected often happens when accountability replaces cruelty. Forgiveness appears, unforced. Not as forgetting. Not as excusing. but as release. A society less obsessed with punishment creates more space for healing to occur naturally. What safety feels like after fear. Fear-based systems produce anxious societies. People feel watched. People feel judged. People feel replaceable. After punishment, safety feels different. It feels like predictability without threat. It feels like help arriving before crisis. It feels like mistakes not being fatal. This kind of safety is quieter. But it lasts longer. The moral muscle we must rebuild. Punitive systems weaken moral muscles. They outsource responsibility to institutions. They replace engagement with enforcement. After justice, people must relearn how to address conflict directly. Sit with discomfort. Participate in repair. Stay present when harm occurs. These skills are not automatic. They require practice and patience. What accountability looks like in everyday life. Without prisons as backstop, accountability becomes communal. Neighbors intervene earlier. Workplaces respond to harm with structure, not expulsion. Schools address conflict without criminalizing children. Responsibility spreads outward. And with it, power. The end of disposable people. Punitive societies depend on disposability. Someone must be thrown away to preserve order. After justice, disposability collapses. Every person matters, not because they are perfect, but because abandonment creates more harm than it prevents. A society that refuses disposability becomes harder but fairer. What we teach children after the cage. Children watch closely. They learn from what adults tolerate. After punishment, children must be taught that mistakes are part of learning. That harm requires repair, not exile. That safety grows from care, not fear. The future depends less on laws than on lessons. The new measure of strength. In punitive cultures, strength is harshness. After justice, strength becomes something else. The ability to listen without collapsing. The ability to hold boundaries without cruelty. The ability to protect without dehumanizing. This strength is quieter. And far more difficult. Why some will miss the cage. Not everyone will welcome the end of punishment. Some will miss its clarity. Some will miss its simplicity. Some will miss its power. There will be nostalgia for harshness, especially in moments of crisis. That nostalgia must be recognized, not indulged. Regression is always possible. What replaces closure? Punishment offers false closure. Justice without punishment offers something else. Continuity. Repair does not end harm. It integrates it. It transforms it. Life continues, wiser, but marked. This is more honest than closure ever was. The role of memory going forward. After justice, memory becomes sacred. Not to punish, but to prevent. Society must remember what cages did, who they harmed, why they failed. Memory is how we avoid rebuilding what we dismantled. What kind of people we become. This is the final question. Not whether prisons end. Not whether punishment fades. But who we become without them. Do we become more fearful or more capable? More compassionate or more fragile? More responsible or more dependent on control? Justice without punishment demands more of people. And offers more in return. The last reflection. A punitive society teaches people how to obey. A just society teaches people how to care. The first is easier to build. The second is harder to sustain. But only one is worthy of the future. Final line. The cage shaped who we were. What comes after will decide who we are willing to become. After justice, what kind of people we become. When the system is gone, but the echo remains. Imagine the gate standing open, not because someone escaped, but because they are no longer needed. The locks still hang heavy. The walls still cast shadows. The buildings still remember. Systems do not disappear when laws change. They linger in habits, reflexes, and expectations. Long after prisons shrink or close, the logic that created them can survive, quietly shaping how people treat one another. This chapter is not about institutions. It is about identity. Because after justice changes, the most important transformation is not legal. It is human. The psychological aftermath of a punitive era. Punitive societies condition their citizens. They train people to expect punishment before understanding. They normalize surveillance as safety. They reward obedience over honesty. When such a system ends, or begins to end, there is a psychological vacuum. People ask, if punishment is not the answer, if cages are not the solution, then what do we do with fear, anger, and harm? The hardest work begins after the system loosens its grip. How punishment shaped everyday behavior. Punishment did not live only in prisons. It lived in tone, in policy, in instinct. People learned to avoid vulnerability, to hide mistakes, to escalate conflict rather than admit harm. A punitive culture does not just punish wrongdoing. It punishes honesty. Undoing that damage takes time. What punishment taught us about human worth? For decades, punishment taught a simple lesson. Worth is conditional. You are worthy until you fail. You belong until you break a rule. You matter until you become inconvenient. This belief traveled far beyond prisons. It entered workplaces, schools, families, and public discourse. After justice, society must relearn something radical. Human worth is not earned through perfection. Living without the illusion of the villain. Punitive systems require villains. They simplify reality by turning complex human beings into symbols of danger. Villains make fear manageable. They make punishment feel justified. Without villains, something unsettling happens. Responsibility spreads. Society must confront structural failure, collective neglect, shared responsibility for conditions that produce harm. Living without villains means giving up emotional shortcuts. It is uncomfortable, but it is honest. Fear without a cage. Fear does not disappear when punishment recedes. Crime does not vanish. Conflict does not end. Harm does not evaporate. The difference is how fear is handled. In punitive systems, fear demands domination. In post-punitive systems, fear demands preparation. Preparation means prevention. Preparation means support. Preparation means intervention before crisis. Fear stops being a weapon and becomes a signal. What safety feels like after control. Control-based safety is loud. Sirens. Commands. Threats. Care-based safety is quiet. Predictability. Presence. Support arriving early. People often mistake silence enforced by fear for peace. True safety feels different. It feels boring. And boring safety is the most reliable kind. The moral muscles we forgot to use. Punitive systems weaken moral muscles. They outsource accountability to institutions. They replace dialogue with enforcement. They discourage involvement. After justice, society must rebuild skills it allowed to atrophy. Conflict resolution. Emotional regulation. Community intervention. Collective accountability. These skills do not come naturally after decades of disuse. They must be trained, again. Accountability without threat. One of the deepest fears people express is this. If we don't punish, no one will take responsibility. But punishment often prevents responsibility. It incentivizes denial. It rewards silence. It encourages avoidance. Accountability without punishment looks different. It is visible. It is demanding. It is ongoing. It requires people to remain present with the harm they caused, and the people they affected. That is harder than serving time. What happens to anger after punishment? Punishment absorbs anger. It gives it an outlet. A target. A conclusion. Without punishment, anger must be processed instead of discharged. This is difficult. Anger must be listened to, not obeyed. Validated, but not weaponized. A society learning this will stumble. But it will grow. Why some people will miss the old system. There will be nostalgia for punishment. Not because it worked, but because it felt decisive. Punishment offered certainty in uncertain moments. It created distance from pain. It avoided complexity. Some will demand its return during moments of crisis. That impulse must be understood, not indulged. Regression is always easier than growth. Children raised after the cage. Children raised after mass incarceration will notice something different. Adults who explain instead of threaten. Schools that intervene instead of expel. Communities that respond instead of abandon. They will grow up with a different reflex. When harm happens, ask why, not who to discard. This is how cultures actually change. The end of disposable people. Punitive societies depend on disposability. Someone must be removed to restore order. After justice, disposability collapses. No one is written off permanently. No one is reduced to their worst moment. This does not make society softer. It makes it more responsible. Memory as the guardrail. After prisons fade, memory becomes essential. Not memory as guilt. Not memory as spectacle. Memory as warning. Remembering what punishment normalized. Remembering who it erased. Remembering how easily fear became policy. Forgetting is how systems return. The new measure of strength. Punitive cultures admire harshness. Post-punitive cultures admire restraint. Strength becomes the ability to respond without cruelty. The courage to stay present with harm. The discipline to choose prevention over revenge. This kind of strength is quieter and rarer. Justice without closure. Punishment promises closure. Justice offers continuity. Repair does not end a story. It changes its direction. Some wounds remain visible. Some losses remain real. But they are carried collectively, not buried behind walls. Who we become without cages. This is the question beneath every reform. Without cages to hide behind. Do we become more fearful or more capable? More reactive or more thoughtful? More dependent on authority or more responsible to one another? Justice without punishment demands more of people. But it also trusts people more. The final reflection. Punishment trains society to obey. Justice trains society to participate. One creates order through fear. The other builds safety through responsibility. Only one can last without destroying what it claims to protect. The last line. The cage shaped who we were taught to be. What comes after will decide who we choose to become. A final voice from the inside, what survival teaches us. Before the last word, a human one. Before policy. Before philosophy. Before conclusions. There must be a voice. Not a narrator's voice. Not an expert's voice. Not a system's voice. A human one. This chapter belongs to those who lived inside the cage and carried its weight long after the doors opened, or never did. It is built from thousands of testimonies that sound different in detail, but identical in truth. This is what survival teaches. The first lesson, prison is not a pause. People on the outside often speak of prison as time served, as if life simply waits. It does not. Inside, life continues, but distorted. Birthdays pass unmarked. Parents age abruptly. Children grow into strangers. Every day inside rewrites who you are becoming. There is no pause button, only adaptation. Survival begins with learning how to change without disappearing. What the first night teaches. Almost everyone remembers the first night. The noise. The smell. The uncertainty. You learn immediately that fear is currency. That showing it is dangerous. That confusion invites attention. The first lesson is silence. Not peace, silence. The kind you wear like armor. Learning the rules no one writes down. Survival inside is not about the rule book. It is about unwritten codes. Who you look at. Where you sit. When you speak. When you don't. These rules are learned through observation, and through mistakes that cost you. Prison teaches hyper-awareness. The mind is always scanning. Always calculating. Even after release, that switch is hard to turn off. Time as a psychological weapon. Inside, time stretches and collapses at the same time. Days crawl. Years vanish. You count meals. You count counts. You count seasons by temperature, not dates. Eventually, time stops feeling real. Survival means building routines, not because they matter, but because they anchor you to something that resembles control. The cost of always being ready. Inside prison, relaxation is dangerous. You learn to sleep lightly. To sit with your back against walls. To read tone faster than words. This constant readiness becomes permanent. After release, many survivors struggle in crowds, loud rooms, or even quiet spaces where their body still expects threat. The cage leaves the walls. What prison takes quietly. People talk about freedom lost. They talk less about what disappears silently. Joy without suspicion. Trust without calculation. Rest without vigilance. Survival often means trading parts of yourself for safety. Some of those parts take years to return. Some never do. Connection as risk and necessity. Prison teaches contradiction. Connection is dangerous. Isolation is deadly. Trusting the wrong person can cost you everything. Trusting no one can cost you your mind. Survivors learn selective humanity, caring in controlled doses, loving with conditions. After release, this skill becomes a wound. The moments that kept people alive. Ask survivors what saved them, and the answers are rarely dramatic. A book passed hand to hand. A letter that arrived on time. A stranger who explained a rule quietly. A routine that made days survivable. Survival is built from small mercies. The system rarely provided them. People did. What solitary teaches about the mind. Those who endured isolation speak differently. They describe thoughts looping uncontrollably. Time dissolving. Reality thinning. Some talk to themselves just to hear a voice. Some hurt themselves to feel something. Survival in isolation often meant inventing structure where none existed, counting breaths, reciting memories, narrating the day aloud. The mind resists erasure. But it pays a price. Release is not the opposite of prison. Freedom is not a switch. It is a shock. Noise feels aggressive. Choice feels overwhelming. Silence feels suspicious. Many survivors describe release as stepping onto unstable ground. The world expects gratitude. The body expects danger. Survival must be relearned. The shame that lingers. Prison brands people. Even after release, survivors often feel compelled to explain themselves, or hide entirely. Applications become confessions. Introductions feel risky. Honesty feels dangerous. The sentence may end. The judgment rarely does. What survival looks like years later. Survival is not always visible. It looks like someone holding a job despite panic. Someone parenting while unlearning control. Someone choosing calm over reflexive anger. These victories are quiet. They rarely make headlines. But they are monumental. The myth survivors want broken. Survivors want one myth dismantled more than any other. That prison fixed them. Prison did not teach responsibility. Prison did not heal trauma. Prison did not create safety. People survived despite prison, not because of it. What accountability actually felt like. When survivors speak honestly, many say accountability came later. When they had space to think. When fear subsided. When survival no longer consumed everything. Reflection does not happen under constant threat. Responsibility grows in safety, not terror. The weight of being reduced. Being reduced to a number, a charge, a label, this erodes identity. Survival often meant holding onto something small that reminded them who they were. A memory. A skill. A promise. Human beings are not built to be flattened. They resist it instinctively. Why survivors still believe in change. Despite everything, many survivors still believe change is possible. Not because they are optimistic. Because they have seen the alternative fail. They know punishment did not prevent harm. They know cages did not create safety. Their belief is not ideological. It is experiential. What survivors want the world to understand. If survivors could say one thing to the world, it would be this. Harm is real. Accountability matters. But destruction is not justice. You do not heal people by breaking them further. You do not create safety by normalizing suffering. The final teaching of survival. Survival teaches something simple and devastating. People endure far more than they should have to. And endurance should never be mistaken for success. A voice, not a verdict. This chapter is not a verdict. It is a witness. A witness to lives lived under pressure most will never experience. A witness to the quiet strength it takes to remain human in places designed to strip humanity away. If justice is meant to protect life, then the voices of those who survived must matter more than the systems that failed them. Closing reflection. Before the documentary ends. Before conclusions harden. Before the screen goes dark. Listen to this voice. Not because it is perfect. Not because it excuses harm. But because it tells the truth punishment never could. The last generation of cages, what comes after we let them go? The question that ends an era. Every system believes it will last forever. So did public executions. So did debtors' prisons. So did child labor. They ended not because they stopped working, but because people finally admitted they never worked the way they claimed. This chapter asks a question that once sounded impossible and now sounds inevitable. What if this is the last generation to accept cages as justice? When the justification finally breaks. Cages survived on justification. They were necessary. They were protective. They were unavoidable. But justification erodes when evidence accumulates. When communities with fewer prisons become safer. When prevention outperforms punishment. When survivors speak louder than institutions. Eventually, the story stops convincing even those who repeat it. That moment is approaching. The pattern of collapse. Punitive systems do not collapse all at once. They fracture. First, confidence erodes. Then legitimacy weakens. Then alternatives appear less risky than continuation. Budgets shift. Language changes. Public tolerance thins. The collapse is quiet. Until suddenly it is undeniable. Why every generation thinks the end will not come. People living inside a system rarely imagine its disappearance. Prisons feel permanent because they are physical. Walls feel eternal. Steel feels final. But permanence is an illusion created by repetition. The truth is simpler. Anything built by people can be dismantled by people. The children who will not accept the cage. The last generation of cages is defined not by laws, but by refusal. Young people already question. Why does punishment come before help? Why is harm answered with exile? Why are some lives treated as disposable? They were raised with the evidence. They were raised with comparison. They were raised without the old excuses. They will not inherit cages quietly. The moment fear loses its power. Fear sustained mass incarceration. Fear of crime. Fear of the other. Fear of complexity. But fear weakens when alternatives succeed visibly. When violence declines without mass punishment. When communities heal without exile. When safety arrives without sirens. Fear cannot compete with lived proof. What happens to the places built for punishment? When cages fall out of use, the question becomes physical. What happens to the buildings? Some will be demolished. Some repurposed. Some left as warnings. Former prisons may become schools, housing, memorials, or community centers. Their walls will remain. But their meaning will change. Places of disappearance will become places of memory. The risk of replacement cages. History warns us. Systems rarely vanish without attempting to reappear in new forms. Digital surveillance. Permanent monitoring. Algorithmic suspicion. The last generation of cages must recognize that walls are not the only way to confine. Freedom can be narrowed quietly. Vigilance must outlive reform. What justice looks like when cages are rare. In a post-cage society, justice is not dramatic. It is preventative. It is relational. It is local. Most harm is addressed early. Most conflict is mediated. Most crises are met with care. Punishment exists, but as a last response, not the first instinct. This is not utopia. It is maturity. The redefinition of dangerous. Punitive systems defined danger broadly. Poverty became dangerous. Addiction became dangerous. Trauma became dangerous. In the last generation of cages, danger is defined more precisely. Danger is untreated crisis. Danger is isolation. Danger is neglect. The response shifts accordingly. What society gains when cages shrink? As cages recede, unexpected gains appear. Families stay intact. Communities stabilize. Public trust increases. Resources shift upstream. The justice system becomes smaller, but stronger. Its legitimacy grows because its cruelty shrinks. Why this transition will be messy. No era ends gracefully. There will be failures. There will be backlash. There will be moments of doubt. Opponents will point to isolated harm and demand a return to severity. This is predictable. Progress survives not by perfection, but by persistence. The cultural shift beneath the policy shift. Laws change faster than culture. The last generation of cages must unlearn reflexes. The urge to punish publicly. The comfort of blame. The demand for instant resolution. Culture catches up only through repetition of better outcomes. What accountability looks like without spectacle. Accountability in a post-cage society is quieter. It happens in meetings, not courtrooms. In plans, not sentences. In long-term change, not symbolic suffering. Those who cause harm are required to stay present, not disappear. This is harder. That is why it works. The final test of this generation. Every generation is tested. Some are tested by war. Some by disease. Some by injustice disguised as necessity. This generation's test is simple to state and difficult to pass. Can we let go of punishment even when fear demands it? If this is the last generation of cages. If this is the last generation to accept cages as justice, history will remember something profound. Not that harm ended. Not that people became perfect. But that society finally chose effectiveness over tradition. Humanity over habit. What we leave behind. We will leave behind buildings. Records. Stories. But more importantly, we will leave behind an example. That safety does not require suffering. That accountability does not require annihilation. That justice can evolve. The closing reflection. Cages once felt like certainty. They promised order in chaos. They promised safety through separation. They delivered neither. The last generation of cages is defined not by anger, but by clarity. By the willingness to say, this did not work. We can do better. And then to actually do it. The last line. Every generation decides what it will normalize. This one has the chance to normalize care over cages. History will remember whether it took that chance. The final word, what justice asks of us now. When everything has been shown, there is nothing left to expose. You have seen the cells. You have heard the voices. You have followed punishment from its origins to its consequences, from its promises to its failures. At this point, the system can no longer claim ignorance. And neither can we. This chapter is not about adding more evidence. It is about what happens after certainty ends. The moment responsibility changes hands. For most of history, responsibility was easy to outsource. To courts. To prisons. To laws written far away. Punishment allowed society to say, we handled it. But once the truth is visible, once the harm is documented, the alternatives proven, the costs undeniable, responsibility shifts. It no longer belongs only to institutions. It belongs to everyone who knows what justice has been mistaken for. Justice was confused with harshness, with severity, with suffering made visible. But none of those prevented harm. None of those healed trauma. None of those delivered safety in the long term. They delivered reassurance. Temporary, emotional, and false. Justice was never meant to reassure. It was meant to protect the future. The silence after punishment. Punishment is loud. Sirens. Sentences. Headlines. Justice, when done well, is quiet. It shows up before harm escalates. It prevents what never becomes news. It saves lives without spectacle. This silence is not absence. It is success. The hardest truth to accept. The hardest truth is not that prisons failed. It is that they failed predictably. Every warning was issued. Every study was published. Every alternative was tested somewhere. The system did not persist because it worked. It persisted because it was familiar. Ending it requires letting go of habit, not just policy. What justice requires in real life. Justice does not live in ideals. It lives in budgets. In hiring decisions. In school policies. In how communities respond to crisis. It lives in whether help arrives before handcuffs. It lives in whether mistakes lead to repair, or exile. Justice is not declared. It is practiced. The courage to choose effectiveness over tradition. Tradition is powerful. It whispers, this is how it's always been. But history is clear. Tradition once defended cruelty. Tradition once justified exclusion. Tradition once called suffering necessary. Every meaningful moral advance required breaking tradition. Justice now requires the same courage. The future does not announce itself. There will be no single moment when punishment officially ends. No ceremony. No final prison door closing on camera. The future will arrive unevenly. In one city before another. In one school before another. In one decision before another. Change will look small, until suddenly it is not. What this documentary ultimately asks. Not for outrage. Not for guilt. Not for blind optimism. It asks for honesty. Honesty about what punishment accomplished. Honesty about who it harmed. Honesty about what actually keeps people safe. And honesty about whether we are willing to act on what we know. The measure of a society. A society is not measured by how severely it can punish. It is measured by how early it intervenes. How rarely it must use force. How many lives it refuses to discard. The strength of a society is revealed not in crisis, but in prevention. What will be remembered? History will not remember how loudly we argued. It will remember what we normalized. Whether we accepted suffering as inevitable. Whether we treated people as disposable. Whether we chose fear when evidence offered another path. Or whether we learned. The last responsibility. If there is one responsibility left at the end of this story, it is this. Do not unknow what you now know. Do not retreat into comfort. Do not wait for perfection. Do not expect change without participation. Justice does not require everyone. It requires enough people to refuse the lie that cruelty is necessary. The final reflection. Punishment was the language of an era that ran out of imagination. Justice is the language of what comes next. Not louder. Not harsher. But wiser. The last sentence. The future will not ask whether we were afraid. It will ask whether we were brave enough to choose something better. The responsibility era, what happens after we choose better? After the ending, the work begins. Every documentary has an ending. Justice does not. When the credits roll and the music fades, the most important chapter begins off-screen, in ordinary days, ordinary choices, and ordinary moments when fear or care can take the lead. This chapter is not a conclusion. It is a handoff. From story to responsibility. From awareness to action. From watching to choosing. The shift from reform to responsibility. Reform fixes parts of systems. Responsibility reshapes people. A society can pass new laws and still think in cages. It can reduce sentences and still rely on punishment as instinct. It can rename prisons and still abandon those inside them. The responsibility era begins when people stop asking only, "What should the system do?" and start asking, "What do we do when harm happens?" What responsibility actually means. Responsibility is not blame. It is participation. It means refusing to outsource moral decisions entirely to institutions. It means staying present when harm occurs, rather than demanding removal, exile, or silence. Responsibility asks, how did we get here? What conditions allowed this harm? What response will prevent it next time? Who needs support right now? These questions are harder than punishment. They are also unavoidable. The end of the shortcut. Punishment was a shortcut. It offered fast answers to slow problems. It replaced prevention with reaction. It replaced care with control. Shortcuts feel efficient until their cost compounds. The responsibility era rejects shortcuts. It chooses longer paths that lead somewhere better. What changes first, and what doesn't? The first changes are subtle. Language shifts. Assumptions soften. People pause before demanding punishment. The loudest systems often change last. Prisons may still stand. Courts may still sentence. Police may still respond. But the center of gravity moves. Control stops being the default. The new question in moments of crisis. In the responsibility era, crisis still exists. But the first question changes. Not, who should we punish? But, what will stop this from happening again? That single shift transforms outcomes. Responsibility in everyday spaces. Responsibility is practiced where people actually live. In schools, when conflict is addressed instead of escalated. In workplaces, when harm is repaired instead of hidden. In neighborhoods, when intervention happens before violence. In families, when accountability doesn't mean exile. Justice stops being abstract. It becomes daily. Why responsibility feels risky. Punishment feels safe because it creates distance. Responsibility removes distance. It asks people to stay engaged with complexity, pain, and uncertainty. It offers no guarantees, only better odds. This feels risky in a culture trained to demand certainty. But certainty built on cruelty has already failed. The return of moral agency. Punitive systems weaken moral agency. They teach people to defer judgment upward. They replace ethical thinking with rule following. Responsibility restores agency. People must decide how to respond, not hide behind policy. This is uncomfortable. It is also how societies mature. What responsibility does to power. In punishment-based systems, power flows upward. Decisions are centralized. Voices are filtered. Impact is distant. Responsibility redistributes power. Communities gain authority to prevent harm. Victims gain voice beyond prosecution. Those who caused harm remain accountable, but connected. Power becomes relational, not coercive. The end of spectacle. Punishment thrives on spectacle. Arrests. Sentences. Public condemnation. Responsibility is unspectacular. It happens in rooms without cameras. It takes time. It rarely produces headlines. This is a feature, not a flaw. The goal is fewer stories to tell. What accountability looks like over time. In the responsibility era, accountability is not a moment. It is a process. It includes acknowledgement of harm, concrete repair, ongoing change, community verification. This takes longer than punishment. It also lasts longer. Why some will resist this era? There will be resistance. Some will miss punishment's clarity. Some will distrust care-based responses. Some will exploit isolated failures to demand regression. This is predictable. Every moral shift faces backlash. The responsibility era survives by refusing to confuse fear with wisdom. The new definition of public safety. Public safety is no longer measured by how many people are removed. It is measured by how early help arrives, how few crises escalate, how many families remain intact, how many futures stay possible. Safety becomes something built, not enforced. What responsibility demands from media and politics? Media must slow down. Politics must stop performing toughness. Responsible societies reward leaders who prevent harm, not those who punish loudly after it occurs. This is a cultural shift as much as a policy one. Why this era is fragile and necessary. The responsibility era is fragile because it rejects reflex. It requires patience over panic, evidence over instinct, care over control. But it is necessary because the alternative is known and failed. What comes after acceptance? Once a society accepts responsibility, something unexpected happens. Hope becomes practical. Not the hope that harm disappears, but the hope that harm no longer defines everything that follows. People stop asking for perfect safety. They start building better conditions. The quiet revolution. This chapter does not end with a call to action shouted from a screen. It ends with something quieter. An invitation to notice the next moment when punishment feels automatic, and to pause. To ask a better question. To choose a better response. That pause is where revolutions begin. The final reflection. The age of punishment taught society how to react. The responsibility era teaches society how to respond. One produces order through fear. The other builds safety through care. Only one is sustainable. The last line. History will remember the moment we stopped asking who to punish, and started asking how to take responsibility for one another. That moment is now. The legacy we leave, what one generation decides for the next. Every generation leaves something behind. No generation chooses the world it inherits. But every generation chooses the world it leaves. Some leave monuments. Some leave scars. Some leave systems so normalized they feel like nature. Mass incarceration was one of those systems. This chapter is not about what we dismantle. It is about what remains after we do, and what the next generation will live with because of our choices. The inheritance we rarely name. Children do not inherit prisons directly. They inherit the absence of parents. The fear embedded in schools. The belief that mistakes lead to exile. The reflex to punish before understanding. They inherit expectations long before they inherit laws. The most powerful legacy is not policy. It is normalization. What children learn without being taught. Children watch more than they listen. They notice who is protected and who is discarded. They notice which neighborhoods are surveilled and which are supported. They notice whether harm is met with help or with force. They learn quickly what kind of society they live in. And they carry those lessons forward. The cost of passing down fear. Fear is easy to inherit. It requires no explanation. If one generation lives in fear, the next grows up fluent in it. Fear narrows imagination. Fear shortens time horizons. Fear convinces people that cruelty is necessary. A fearful inheritance is a fragile one. It collapses under pressure. What a different inheritance looks like. A generation that chooses responsibility leaves something else behind. Children inherit conflict resolution skills instead of punishment reflexes. Support systems instead of surveillance. Confidence that mistakes are survivable. They inherit possibility. And possibility changes behavior. The long memory of harm. Even when prisons shrink, harm does not vanish. Communities remember. They remember broken trust. They remember institutional betrayal. They remember who was protected and who was sacrificed. Ignoring this memory risks repeating it. Honoring it transforms it. Why legacy is a moral question. Legacy is not neutral. Choosing not to act is still a choice. Choosing convenience over care leaves consequences. Future generations will not ask, "Was it complicated?" They will ask, "Did you know, and what did you do once you knew?" The stories that will be told later. Years from now, children will ask questions. Why were so many people locked away? Why did schools look like prisons? Why did help arrive as punishment? The answers we leave matter. Not because they justify the past, but because they guide the future. The risk of half-change. The most dangerous legacy is partial reform. Prisons reduced, but replaced by surveillance. Punishment softened, but still central. Language changed, but logic intact. Half-change teaches the next generation that injustice is inevitable. Full change teaches them it is temporary. What responsibility looks like across generations. Responsibility is not heroic. It is repetitive. It looks like choosing prevention again and again. Funding care even when fear demands force. Resisting backlash without becoming cynical. This is how legacies are built, not in moments, but in persistence. Why this generation matters so much. Some generations manage systems. Others redefine them. This generation stands at a hinge point. With enough knowledge to see the failure. With enough evidence to choose differently. With enough power to shift direction. Few generations are given that position. History is watching, not dramatically, but quietly. What the next generation will normalize. The next generation will normalize whatever we repeat. If we repeat punishment, they will refine it. If we repeat care, they will expand it. They will not debate what feels obvious. They will build on it. That is how culture works. The gift of fewer cages. Imagine a child growing up where prisons are rare. Where harm is addressed early. Where accountability is expected, but humane. Where justice is something you experience, not fear. That child will not call this radical. They will call it normal. What we owe the future. We owe the future honesty. Honesty about what failed. Honesty about who paid the price. Honesty about what actually works. We also owe the future courage. The courage to end systems even when they feel familiar. The courage to choose care even when fear is loud. The measure of a legacy. A generation's legacy is not measured by how safe it felt. It is measured by how safe it made the next one. Not through control. Not through punishment. But through conditions that made harm less likely. And healing more possible. The final reflection. Mass incarceration taught generations how to disappear people. This generation has the chance to teach something else. How to stay. How to repair. How to take responsibility without cruelty. That lesson, once learned, does not fade easily. The last line. The future will live inside the systems we normalize today. May it inherit fewer cages. And far more courage than fear. 1 minute into the future. The moment after. 1 minute into the future, nothing dramatic happens. No alarms sound. No buildings fall. No systems collapse in a single breath. The world looks almost exactly the same. And yet, everything is different. Because the future does not arrive with spectacle. It arrives with decisions so small they feel insignificant. A choice, barely noticed. Somewhere, a person makes a choice. A teacher pauses before writing a referral. A judge hesitates before choosing the longest sentence. A community worker knocks on a door instead of calling the police. No one applauds. No one records it. But the trajectory shifts. The absence of something. In this minute, someone does not disappear. A parent comes home instead of being detained. A teenager stays in school instead of being expelled. A crisis is met with help instead of handcuffs. The absence goes unnoticed. And that is the point. What prevention looks like. Prevention never announces itself. It looks like a conversation that diffuses anger. A bill paid before desperation sets in. A counselor available before a breakdown. Nothing goes viral. Nothing becomes a headline. But something doesn't happen. And that is success. A body that can breathe. 1 minute into the future, a body relaxes. Not because danger is gone, but because it was met early. A nervous system calms. A decision is delayed. A life stays intact. These changes do not echo. They accumulate. The world that doesn't notice itself improving. The world rarely notices when it gets better. It notices spikes, not declines. It notices tragedy, not its prevention. 1 minute into the future, fewer sirens are needed. Fewer doors are locked. Fewer people are written off. The quiet grows. The future fully arrived. 1 minute into the future, the cage does not vanish. But it loosens. A little less relied upon. A little less believed in. A little less defended. And in that loosening, space appears. Space for repair. Space for accountability. Space for people to remain human when they fail. What this minute means. This minute is not hope as fantasy. It is hope as practice. It is the understanding that the future is not a destination. It is a direction set repeatedly, quietly, without ceremony. Every time we choose care over reflex. Every time we choose prevention over punishment. Every time we refuse to disappear someone because it feels easier. The future moves. Why this is enough to begin. People often ask when change starts. It already did. Not in one law. Not in one movement. Not in one documentary. But in thousands of minutes like this one. Unrecorded. Uncelebrated. Unavoidable once begun. The final reflection. If justice is meant to protect what comes next, then the future does not need perfection. It needs consistency. It needs people willing to choose the harder response. Again and again. Until it becomes normal. The last line. 1 minute into the future, the world is still here. And for the first time in a long time, it is learning how to take care of itself. What remains after the silence? After the last sentence ends. After the final words fade. After the screen goes black. After the silence settles. Something remains. Not a conclusion. Not a solution. Not closure. What remains is presence. Because justice does not live in endings. It lives in what people do after the story stops telling them what to feel. The space left behind. When punishment retreats, it leaves space. Space once filled by fear. Space once occupied by cages. Space once dominated by reaction. This space can be filled in 2 ways. With old habits rushing back in. Or with deliberate care. History shows us that empty space is never neutral. It waits to be claimed. What silence actually means. Silence does not mean nothing is happening. Silence means something no longer needs to shout. No sirens. No commands. No forced compliance. Silence is what prevention sounds like when it works. It is what dignity sounds like when it is uninterrupted. The quiet work no one sees. After the spectacle ends, the real work begins. It looks like someone choosing patience instead of escalation. Someone intervening before harm hardens. Someone listening longer than feels comfortable. There are no credits for this work. No applause. No recognition. And yet, this is where justice actually lives. What remains of the cage? Even when cages disappear physically, they linger psychologically. In reflexes. In assumptions. In fear dressed up as caution. What remains must be confronted gently, but relentlessly. Every time someone says, "This is just how it is," memory must answer, "It doesn't have to be." The choice that never ends. Justice is not a destination. It is a repeated choice. The choice to prevent rather than punish. The choice to repair rather than discard. The choice to stay rather than disappear someone. These choices do not end. They define who we are becoming. Why this chapter exists. This chapter exists because endings can be deceptive. They suggest the work is finished. It is not. If anything, it has just become quieter, and therefore easier to ignore. This chapter refuses that illusion. What future generations will feel? Future generations will not feel our arguments. They will feel our outcomes. They will feel whether safety was built or enforced, whether mistakes were survivable, whether care arrived before crisis. They will live inside the systems we normalize now. What responsibility sounds like. Responsibility does not shout. It asks. What needs to happen next? Who needs support right now? How do we prevent this again? Responsibility is not dramatic. It is dependable. The end of fear is policy. Fear has had its turn. The evidence is in. The cost is known. The alternatives are real. What remains now is the courage to stop letting fear decide. Not once, but consistently. The world one day from now. One day from now, the world will still be imperfect. Harm will still occur. Conflict will still exist. But the response can be different. Not louder. Not harsher. Better. The final reflection. If there is one thing that remains after the silence, it is this truth. Justice does not require cruelty to be taken seriously. It requires commitment. And commitment is quieter than punishment, but infinitely stronger. The last line. When the noise ends. When the fear loses its voice. What remains? Is the choice. To take care of one another. Without cages. Watching over us. Inhale. A breath enters the body without permission. It does not ask where you have been. It does not judge what you have done. It does not demand proof of worth. It arrives anyway. This is how life has always worked. Quietly sustaining even when systems failed to protect it. The pause between. There is a moment between inhale and exhale. So brief it is usually unnoticed. So small it feels insignificant. But everything lives there. That pause is where reflex stops. Where fear hesitates. Where habit loosens its grip. That pause is where a different response becomes possible. What the world sounds like when it breathes. When the world inhales, there are no sirens. There is wind moving through empty streets. There is a door opening without force. There is a conversation that does not escalate. There is a mistake that does not become a sentence. There is a crisis met early enough to soften. There is less noise. Not because nothing is happening, but because what is happening no longer needs to shout. Exhale. The breath leaves slowly. Not in relief. Not in triumph. Just release. Release of the idea that control is safety. Release of the belief that cruelty is strength. Release of the reflex to disappear people when we don't know what else to do. Exhale is not forgetting. It is letting go. The body remembers before the system does. Bodies know when they are safe. They soften. They slow. They sleep. A society without cages does not announce itself. It is felt. In nervous systems no longer braced for impact. In children who are corrected, not discarded. In communities that intervene before harm hardens. Safety arrives as a sensation before it becomes a statistic. The smallest unit of change. Change does not begin with policy. It begins with breath. With the moment someone pauses before reacting. With the second someone chooses to stay instead of exile. With the instant fear is acknowledged but not obeyed. Every large transformation is built from these moments. Invisible. Repeatable. Human. What this breath carries forward. This breath carries memory. Of cells and silence. Of voices unheard too long. Of harm repeated because no one knew another way. But it also carries learning. That punishment was never the cure. That safety cannot be forced. That dignity survives even where it was denied. This breath does not erase the past. It refuses to repeat it. The world after the exhale. After the breath leaves, nothing dramatic happens. The sun still rises. The streets still exist. People still struggle. But something subtle shifts. The response changes. The reflex softens. The future tilts, just enough. And that is how eras end. Not with collapse. Not with victory. But with a different rhythm. The final reflection. If punishment was the sound of a world holding its breath, then justice is the moment it finally exhales. Not because everything is fixed, but because fear no longer decides alone. Because we learn to pause. To breathe. To choose again. A breath enters the body without permission. It does not ask where you have been. It does not judge what you have done. It does not demand proof of worth. It arrives anyway. This is how life has always worked. Quietly sustaining even when systems failed to protect it. The pause between. There is a moment between inhale and exhale. So brief it is usually unnoticed. So small it feels insignificant. But everything lives there. That pause is where reflex stops. Where fear hesitates. Where habit loosens its grip. That pause is where a different response becomes possible. What the world sounds like when it breathes. When the world inhales, there are no sirens. There is wind moving through empty streets. There is a door opening without force. There is a conversation that does not escalate. There is a mistake that does not become a sentence. There is a crisis met early enough to soften. There is less noise. Not because nothing is happening, but because what is happening no longer needs to shout. Exhale. The breath leaves slowly. Not in relief. Not in triumph. Just release. Release of the idea that control is safety. Release of the belief that cruelty is strength. Release of the reflex to disappear people when we don't know what else to do. Exhale is not forgetting. It is letting go. The body remembers before the system does. Bodies know when they are safe. They soften. They slow. They sleep. A society without cages does not announce itself. It is felt. In nervous systems no longer braced for impact. In children who are corrected, not discarded. In communities that intervene before harm hardens. Safety arrives as a sensation before it becomes a statistic. The smallest unit of change. Change does not begin with policy. It begins with breath. With the moment someone pauses before reacting. With the second someone chooses to stay instead of exile. With the instant fear is acknowledged but not obeyed. Every large transformation is built from these moments. Invisible. Repeatable. Human. What this breath carries forward. This breath carries memory. Of cells and silence. Of voices unheard too long. Of harm repeated because no one knew another way. But it also carries learning. That punishment was never the cure. That safety cannot be forced. That dignity survives even where it was denied. This breath does not erase the past. It refuses to repeat it. The world after the exhale. After the breath leaves, nothing dramatic happens. The sun still rises. The streets still exist. People still struggle. But something subtle shifts. The response changes. The reflex softens. The future tilts, just enough. And that is how eras end. Not with collapse. Not with victory. But with a different rhythm. The final reflection. If punishment was the sound of a world holding its breath, then justice is the moment it finally exhales. Not because everything is fixed, but because fear no longer decides alone. Because we learn to pause. To breathe. To choose again. The last image. Black screen. No words. No credits. Just the sound of one breath. Entering. And leaving. As proof that something living survived the cage. And learned how to begin again. After everything, the world that has to be lived in. There is always an after. Every story promises an ending. But life never honors that promise. After the final breath, After the silence. After the credits fade and the screen goes dark. The world remains. People wake up. Children go to school. Conflicts still happen. Harm still occurs. This chapter exists for that world. The one that must be lived in after everything has been understood. What knowledge does to a person. Once you truly see something, you cannot unsee it. You can ignore it. You can bury it. You can pretend it did not matter. But it stays. Knowledge changes posture. It changes patience. It changes what excuses feel acceptable. After everything shown in this story, the hardest part is not outrage. It is restraint. Restraint from returning to old habits simply because they are familiar. The weight of knowing. Knowing carries weight. You know that punishment did not solve what it claimed to solve. You know that suffering was normalized, not necessary. You know that alternatives existed long before they were allowed to matter. Knowing this does not make choices easier. It makes them heavier. Because once you know, you cannot claim innocence in repetition. Why people want to move on too quickly. After long stories about harm, people often want relief. They want to move on. They want to feel finished. They want to believe the work is done. But moving on without transformation is how systems return. The desire to feel done is human. The willingness to stay engaged is what changes history. The world is not waiting for consensus. Change does not wait for everyone to agree. It never has. Some will resist until the end. Some will deny until denial is impossible. Some will benefit from delay. Progress has always been uneven, uncomfortable, and incomplete. The world moves anyway. After punishment, there is no script. Punitive systems provided scripts. When harm happens, do this. When fear rises, do that. When uncertainty appears, remove someone. After those scripts dissolve, people feel exposed. They ask, what now? What if we get it wrong? What if something bad happens? There is no script for care. Only practice. Living without the illusion of control. Punishment offered the illusion of control. It suggested that force could manage complexity. That fear could be disciplined away. That people could be fixed through pressure. Letting go of that illusion feels like free fall. But control was never real. It was compliance under threat. After everything, the world must learn to live without pretending it can dominate its way to safety. Responsibility without applause. The world after understanding is quieter. There are fewer grand gestures. Fewer moments of recognition. Less certainty that you're doing the right thing. Responsibility does not reward you. It asks you to show up again tomorrow. And again. And again. The uncomfortable middle. Most of history is lived in the middle. Not at the height of injustice. Not at the moment of liberation. But in the long stretch where old systems weaken and new ones are still fragile. This is where mistakes happen. This is where fear tries to return. This is where people test whether change was sincere or symbolic. The middle is where commitment is proven. Why backsliding always tempts. When something goes wrong, punishment offers a familiar answer. Someone must pay. Someone must be removed. Something must be controlled immediately. Backsliding feels efficient in moments of panic. But panic is a poor architect. Everything built in panic eventually collapses. The difference between safety and comfort. Punishment provides comfort to observers. It reassures those not directly harmed. It signals decisiveness. It creates emotional distance. But comfort is not safety. Safety is quieter. More boring. More preventative. After everything, the world must choose which it actually wants. What staying means. Staying is the hardest act. Staying with conflict instead of ejecting it. Staying with accountability instead of outsourcing it. Staying with people when they are most difficult to be around. Staying does not mean tolerating harm. It means refusing to abandon responsibility for repair. The people who will carry this forward. Every era depends on a small number of people who do not leave. They do not disappear when attention fades. They do not stop when progress slows. They do not retreat when backlash rises. They build quietly. They repeat themselves patiently. They measure success by absence, of harm, of crisis, of cages. They are rarely remembered. But everything depends on them. The danger of mythologizing the past. After systems change, there is a temptation to romanticize struggle. To flatten complexity. To simplify causes. To pretend clarity always existed. This is dangerous. Because it hides how easy it was to comply. How tempting it was to look away. How normal cruelty once felt. Remembering honestly protects the future. What remains unfinished? Much remains unfinished. Healing that takes generations. Trust that must be rebuilt slowly. Inequalities that outlive institutions. Ending cages does not end harm. It changes how harm is met. And that difference matters. Living with imperfection. The world after everything will still fail sometimes. People will still hurt each other. Systems will still miss warning signs. Responses will still fall short. The question is not whether failure disappears. It is whether failure leads to learning or repetition. Why this chapter exists? This chapter exists because the hardest work happens without narration. Without music. Without framing. Without clear moral signals. It exists for the moment you face a real decision with real consequences and no clear answer. It exists to remind you that understanding is not an endpoint. It is a beginning. The final responsibility. After everything, responsibility is no longer theoretical. It shows up in how quickly help is offered. How long patience lasts. How often fear is questioned. How rarely punishment is chosen by default. Responsibility lives in ordinary moments. And ordinary moments decide everything. The last reflection. History is not shaped by what people believe in private. It is shaped by what they practice consistently. After everything you have seen, the world will not ask what you felt. It will reveal what you chose. Again and again. When no one was watching. The last line. After everything. The world does not need more certainty. It needs people willing to stay. When leaving would be easier. Staying. The quiet decision that changes everything. What happens when no one is watching? There is a moment that never makes history books. It happens late. After attention moves on. After urgency fades. It happens when no one is watching. That is where this chapter lives. Because real change does not announce itself. It asks a simple question instead. Will you stay? Staying is not heroic. Staying does not look like courage in movies. It looks like showing up tired. Like listening again to the same pain. Like choosing patience when certainty would feel better. Staying is ordinary. And that is why it is powerful. Why leaving is always easier. Leaving offers relief. It closes the door. It ends the conversation. It restores emotional distance. Punitive systems made leaving official. They turned removal into policy. They made exile feel responsible. Staying reverses that instinct. It asks people to remain present in discomfort. What staying actually requires. Staying does not mean tolerating harm. It means refusing to abandon responsibility for addressing it. Staying requires boundaries without cruelty. Accountability without disappearance. Consequences without annihilation. These are harder than punishment. They demand skill, time, and humility. The myth that staying is soft. Punitive cultures call staying soft. They mistake restraint for weakness. They confuse care with indulgence. In reality, staying is demanding. It requires confronting harm directly. It requires ongoing effort. It requires living without easy endings. Punishment avoids this work. Staying commits to it. Staying with people at their worst. The hardest test of staying is proximity to harm. When someone has caused pain. When trust is fractured. When fear feels justified. Punishment creates distance immediately. Staying asks, what does accountability look like here? What repair is possible now? What support prevents this from happening again? These questions have no shortcuts. Why staying prevents repetition? Harm often repeats because nothing changes. Punishment isolates the act, but leaves the conditions intact. Staying addresses conditions. It interrupts patterns. It introduces support. It changes trajectories before they harden. Prevention is built from staying. The cost of staying. Staying costs something. Time. Energy. Emotional labor. It costs the comfort of clean conclusions. But the cost of leaving is higher. Cycles that never break. Communities that fracture. Pain that returns louder. Staying is expensive. Leaving is ruinous. What staying sounds like. Staying does not shout. It sounds like, I'm not done with this. We're going to work through it. This matters enough to take time. It is a quieter language than punishment. But it endures. Why institutions struggle to stay. Institutions are designed for efficiency. Staying is inefficient. It requires flexibility. It resists standardization. It adapts to context. This is why communities, not systems, often lead the way. People stay when systems cannot. The difference between holding and abandoning. Staying is not indulgence. It is holding. Holding people to expectations. Holding space for repair. Holding boundaries firm but humane. Abandonment removes responsibility. Holding increases it. What staying teaches children. Children notice who is abandoned. They learn quickly what happens when you fail. Staying teaches a different lesson. Mistakes are serious, but survivable. Accountability is expected, but humane. Belonging is not revoked at the first fracture. This lesson reshapes futures. The long view of staying. Staying rarely produces immediate results. Progress is uneven. Relapses happen. Trust rebuilds slowly. But over time, something shifts. People learn they are not disposable. Communities learn intervention works. Fear loses authority. This is how cultures change. Why staying is contagious. Staying spreads. When one person stays, others feel permission to do the same. Patience becomes visible. Care becomes credible. Responsibility becomes shared. Punishment isolates. Staying connects. The moments that test staying. There will be moments when staying feels impossible. When harm feels unforgivable. When progress stalls. When fear demands finality. These moments define eras. Not by what happens, but by how people respond. Staying without guarantee. Staying offers no guarantees. No promise of success. No assurance of gratitude. No certainty of outcome. It is a choice made without reward. That is what makes it ethical. What history forgets and needs. History remembers laws and leaders. It forgets staying. It forgets the people who kept showing up. Who refused to discard others. Who chose repair when punishment was easier. But without them, no transformation holds. Why this chapter matters. This chapter matters because every system change eventually reduces to individual decisions. In a meeting. In a classroom. In a family. In a crisis. The question will return again and again. Will you stay, or will you leave? The final reflection. Punishment leaves quickly. Justice stays. Not because it is comfortable. Not because it is simple. But because someone decided that no one should be disposable, not even when fear insists otherwise. The last line. In the end. The future is built. By those who stay. Long enough. For something better. To take root. The work that doesn't end, justice as a daily practice. After staying comes doing. Staying keeps the door open. Doing walks through it. This chapter is about what follows commitment, about the unglamorous, repetitive work that turns values into outcomes. Not reform as announcement, but justice as practice. Not moments of courage, but habits of care. Because the future is not built by declarations. It is built by what is repeated. Why justice fails without practice. Ideas are easy to agree with. Practice is where belief is tested. Justice fails when it lives only in language. When it sounds right but changes nothing. Without daily practice, even the best intentions decay into symbolism. Practice answers a harder question. What do we do on an ordinary Tuesday when harm happens and fear wants shortcuts? From principles to procedures. Principles say what we value. Procedures decide what actually happens. Justice as practice translates values into steps. Who responds first to crisis? How long people are supported? What accountability requires beyond apology? When separation is used, and how it ends. If procedures default to punishment, values are irrelevant. Practice is where justice becomes real. The discipline of prevention. Prevention is not a feeling. It is a discipline. It requires funding what never makes headlines. It requires patience for results that arrive slowly. It requires defending success that looks like nothing happened. Prevention demands faith in evidence, and stamina when fear resurfaces. This discipline must be renewed daily. Accountability is ongoing work. Accountability is not a single event. It is a process with checkpoints. Acknowledgement, repair, change, verification. Skipping steps creates illusions. Rushing creates resentment. Abandoning creates repetition. Justice as practice insists on follow-through, without humiliation, without erasure. The role of ordinary people. Justice does not belong exclusively to experts. It belongs to neighbors who intervene early. Teachers who choose restoration over removal. Managers who address harm instead of hiding it. Families who hold boundaries without exile. Ordinary decisions, made consistently, shape outcomes more than extraordinary policies ever will. The courage to be boring. Punishment thrives on drama. Justice thrives on boredom. Meetings. Check-ins. Documentation. Revisions. This work is repetitive by design. Repetition is how reliability is built. If justice feels exciting all the time, it isn't stable yet. Measuring what matters. Punitive systems measure outputs. Arrests. Sentences. Compliance. Justice as practice measures outcomes. Reduced harm. Faster support. Shorter crises. Stronger trust. What we measure determines what we improve. Repair without performance. Repair is not a spectacle. It does not require public suffering or performative remorse. It requires concrete steps that change conditions and restore trust. Quiet repair is harder to discredit, and more likely to last. When practice meets resistance. Resistance is inevitable. Some will call practice too slow. Some will call it too lenient. Some will exploit exceptions to discredit the whole. Justice as practice survives by staying focused on outcomes, not optics. Fear argues loudly. Evidence answers patiently. The feedback loop that sustains change. Practice creates data. Data informs adjustment. Adjustment improves practice. This loop replaces ideology with learning. Justice becomes adaptive, not rigid. Responsive, not reactive. Systems that learn outlast systems that punish. The cost of consistency. Consistency costs more than enthusiasm. It costs staffing, training, time, attention. But inconsistency costs more. Backsliding. Distrust. Crisis spikes. Consistency is the cheapest long-term option. What practice teaches over time? Over time, practice teaches lessons no argument can. That early support reduces harm. That accountability works better without humiliation. That people change more when they are not disposable. These lessons harden into norms. Norms become culture. Why this chapter matters? Because the work that matters most does not end. It does not finish with a vote. It does not conclude with applause. It does not retire with a policy win. Justice as practice continues, quietly, every day after attention moves on. The final reflection. Staying opens the possibility. Practice makes it real. Not once. Not perfectly. But repeatedly, until care becomes habit and punishment loses its grip. The last line. Justice is not what we promise when the cameras are on. It is what we practice when no one is watching. Again. And again. And again.